Hey, surprise Saturday. I said I'd probably do this. I kind of predicted that with nothing else to do, got all my stuff done this morning, that I would, I don't normally stream on weekends, and I said Sunday, but I just felt like going flying. So here we are. We're gonna go flying, and we're gonna do something kind of simple today. We are going to just jump in the Dakota, and we're gonna fly out of Auburn and hit a bunch of the public airports in Northern California. Kind of easy. The hardest part will be just changing communications and entering patterns and things like that. But we'll take a little scenic trip, fill up the tank, see how far we get. My Here, let's just jump in. First of all, the weather is pretty good overall in Northern California. It's pretty much calm winds. It's kind of a typical late fall, early winter day. Not hot, not cold. Just kind of cool, light winds, light breezes, fog in the middle of the valley, but that's okay because we won't really go there. And then we'll stay more towards the hills, and then I want to cross over to possibly the Bay Area and hit that up on a big round robin. So the way that's going to look is like this. Hey, there it is. Okay, so here we are at Auburn. What we'll do is we'll fly up to Nevada County. It's about 15 miles north or so. We'll fly up to Nevada County. I will go up to Blue Canyon since that is a public airport. It's not quite the foothills. It's actually, I mean, you're going right up towards Donner Pass. But then we'll head back down to Georgetown, then head over to Placerville, then Cameron, and then down to Jackson, basically, Calaveras County, Columbia. I don't know when I'll decide to start going across to the west, but we might hit Pine Mountain and Mariposa, and then if I feel like it, and then we'll cross over maybe to Hollister, up to San Martin, Reed Hillview, Livermore, Buchanan, Napa County, Nut Tree, and then maybe University, Rio Linda, in Lincoln and Auburn. It's ambitious. That's a lot of airports, but it's really doable. But some of it's going to be kind of like boom, boom, boom. We're just up, down, up, down, up, down, down. So hey, JJ, how's it going? So fly along, chat, lurk, relax. Enjoy the sights and a nice flying day. Hopefully, we won't run into any clouds that we have to start dodging and avoiding. But let's go get in the plane, huh? So this is where I need to center that. Oh shoot, I just accidentally the whole thing. Hang on. I got to center up my track IR. There we go. This is kind of the where I'd rent, walk out here, park here, go in, get the keys. I'd rent a plane that looks similar to this, but it was an Archer. This is a Dakota. It's a little more powerful, but the Archer I used to rent looks just like this one currently. Didn't when I rented it. And in real life, there would be a lot more airplanes here. This whole row and the back row are just absolutely packed. So let's grab the. Oh yeah, it's. I mean, you can't find a spot in California like if you're looking for a hangar or a tie down spot and stuff like that. You're on a wait list, generally speaking. Okay, just a quick walk around, make sure that we're everything's free. We'll do a pre-flight and then we'll get in and go. Good, we can walk up on the wing. That's fantastic. Oh, apparently we can't stand there with the door open though. That's one of those Carinado things. They didn't really account for that. Um, God, even though I'm a tall person, the seat feels way far back from me. But that's okay. I'm going to set my view up if I can. Oh, I need to change something already. Here, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into SPAD next, just real quick. I need to set up my view control. And I'm going to borrow it from the TBM and just copy and paste it over. I haven't done all of this yet on this plane, but I've done enough, so it should work. So let's switch back to the Dakota, and then we'll copy and paste to the stacks, which controls my views. Okay, now can I zoom in? Oh, yes, I can. Fantastic. And then I can control my height. Oh, perfect. Look at that. So that's default. I like it. Okay. Is the Dakota much different from the Archer? No. It's basically an Archer with a 235 horsepower engine. So it's got a constant speed prop. But the newer Archers are fuel injected. This one's carbureted, so we got a primer and a carb heat. We'll have to remember to manipulate. I will tell you right now, I'm gonna forget that a lot, just because I'm not used to carb heat anymore. I used to be. One thing I'm going to do real quick too is make sure I've got that carb heat set up in SPAD, because otherwise I'll go to do a touch and go and I'll flip it and it won't do a thing, and I need it to do a thing. So give me just 1 second to fix that too. Hey, Sogan. It's all right. And then I want that carb heat on. Give me 1 sec here. De-ice carb heat on. Let's see if that works. Okay, it's backwards. I want the on event to be off because I'm going to set it to my cowl flap switch, since that's in the right position. So just got to switch that around. Carb heat. Okay. Perfect. Look at that. Switch works perfectly. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Does this have a decent checklist? Not that I couldn't just get in one of these things and almost do this from memory. Jump in. Let's turn the lights on and the pitot heat. Okay. Get out. I'll also put the flaps down. That's debatable whether you want to do that before you get out and do the light walk around. So we got left wing and strobes. Should have landing light. Yep. Sorry, that was right wing. Left wing and strobe. And then plane I fly, the tail light is embedded in the strobe, the wingtip, but this one has got it up here. And I don't think we've got any rotating beacons on this one. Let me see here. I don't think so. Can't really climb down there anyway. Okay, that all looks good. Can't leave the door open, unfortunately. That's not a feature in this airplane. All right, turn that all back off. Okay. Let's see here. Flaps are out and parking brake is set. Now we get around, we come out and shake the flap. And we're just going to make sure that the actuator is not bound and not loose. It should be just there should be just a tiny bit of play in it. Ailerons should deflect. Check the hinges. Check the grounding strap. Wingtip condition, upper condition, lower condition. also making sure the tie down is good. We've got fairings on this one here, so it's hard to check the brakes and the tire and all that other stuff. Check the fuel. Okay, we need to make sure that we're loaded with fuel. So that's another thing we're going to do right now. Call the fuel truck over. Let's see here. Aircraft information. Oh, nope. What is it under? Flight performances, which is a funny way to put it. Take a little bit more than tabs. The last person to fill it up went full and left us a little extra. I like that. Okay. So we check it, and it looks good. No funnel. Okay, we sample the fuel, which is gross with a 100 low lead. Check the air vent. Check the cowl straps. I actually like looking in the engine. Check the knock the exhaust if it's cold with the checklist or the EFB case, as it were. Check the intakes or the cooling area intakes. Make sure the alternator belt is nice and snug. The oil cooler. Check the oil itself. I can't tell if there's any oil on that, and I wouldn't know how to fix it anyway. There is like no oil on that. Is that in the EFB also? Can't. Nothing here. I don't know if there's any way to do anything with that. I have to imagine it's good. I don't know how to fix that. Otherwise, there's nothing on the EFB to change that. Check the gear. Check the oil and the battery breathers underneath. They're usually grimy. And then sump the gascolator there. Lowest level of the fuel system. Left wing. Check the stall strip. Check the fuel also. You can't even see any fuel there. So check the stall warning vane. Come around to the wingtip. Again, check this aileron. Make sure the hinges are good. The static wicks are good. Flap again on this side. Fresh air vent antennas. ELT antenna. And then rear stab. Again, static wicks. And then we're going to grab it. And one thing I like to do is look at the Jesus nut in the... You can't even see it on this, but there's a Jesus nut in there connected to the trim tab. Make sure that's nice and tight and safety locked. And the trim tab should move in the same direction as the stab. We don't manipulate a rudder in a PA-28 or PA. It's just not what we do. Ground plate baggage. Everything's good here. Let's get back in the plane. Put the flaps back up. All right, environmentals are off. ELT is armed. Door is locked and latched. Not independent in this thing. Got to make sure that our trim wheel is good here. Ooh, that would have been spicy. Whoa. That can't be right. That indicator, I'm at full travel here. That indicator is busted. That ain't right at all. This is centered. I'm going to have to use the indicator on my physical trim wheel and hope to God that we don't go stalling off when we take off here. Okay, rudder trim is centered. Mixture is cut off. Carb heat is off. Took the battery on. We don't have a beacon, so I'm going to put on the strobe lights. Okay, we're clear left, clear ahead, clear right. Get a couple shots of primer. Usually 3, 4 on a cold start ought to do it. Oh, those aren't really working either, are they? They're lit, I guess. Makes me wonder if my My nav lights are turning down the brightness or something. Huh. Interesting. Beacon light is not required. No, you have to have some sort of anti-collision light, and so that can be strobes or beacon, or some sort of lighting system for these kind of planes. Okay. Mag's hot. Actually, you know what? I'm going to run the fuel pump for just a second to get some fuel pressure. Okay. All right, clear. What's this guy doing? All right, clear prop. Try again. Ah, come on. Let's hit another shot of primer here. Come on. Ah, I had it. Now we're going to start a fire. Come on. Oh, you picky. I just started with the mixture rich in this one. My throttle too low. This is not unrealistic, by the way. The forklift guy has had enough. Come on. How flooded are we now? I had it for a second. Come on, one more time. There we go. And apparently my my avionics switch was on. I don't know how that happened. Okay. All right, 1,000 RPM. Leaned it back. Shouldn't have to go over the latch there. It's warm enough. I don't need to switch tanks. I don't need to turn on the all right, alternators on. Avionics are on. I don't know how to change this either. Like, there isn't a tablet for this plane. So if I wanted to switch to like to other kind of radios, I don't know how to do it. Some planes, they let you do it with like clicking the SD card or whatever. But this is like an Asobo Carneado mix. So I'm not exactly sure how that's supposed to be accomplished. No, hey, Chunky. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, not that I'm aware of. If you go here, like, it's not in any. Sometimes Carneado has a special one for like the 210 and the 182Q, but this one doesn't. Like, this doesn't do anything. The general settings. This is a really good question, by the way. It's not in here. It's not in here. It's not here. It's not here that I'm aware of. I mean, that's kind of it, you know? So I don't know. I don't know if you know, anybody knows for sure, let me in on it. Very much appreciated. Okay, turn up the sim just a little bit here. All right, let's taxi on out. We looked at the windsock before we got in the plane, right? Yeah, it's deader than a doornail. So that's, we use runway 25, calm wind. Um, I will be on VATSIM today. There's no restricted airspace that we're going to blunder through. This is an interesting airplane code because it is a Papa 28 Bravo. So years ago, they turned it into you have a P28 Alpha, which is all the Cherokee variants, and a P28 Bravo, which is the 235 horsepower variant, which is what this is. I'm not going to put in a flight plan because we don't need one. We're just going to go goof around. Nobody's online, it looks like. So 122.7 is going to be our primary freak. Awesome. And we'll also put in, maybe we'll go AWAS's on, oh, that's close, 119.375. And then need the intercom panel, COM2. I like that. I like all those things. 3004. Perfect. All right, that's enough. Excellent. Okay, here we go. Hey, what's going on, Defiant? Yeah. Yeah, I totally hear you, Chunky. If anybody can find out and get a definitive answer on how to change any of those settings, let me know. Otherwise, I'm not too worried about it. We'll just we'll go on. It's not one of those things where it's a setting in one of these knobs over here, right? I don't think it is. Yeah, there seems to be no. I should have checked for a click spot in dev mode or something. Anyway, let's just go on. Let's just do the thing. So put on our landing light, which serves as our taxi light, letting everybody know that we're about to start moving. Clear left, right ahead. Brakes good. All right. See how many times I forget to put the pitot heat on today, or the not pitot heat, but the carb heat. Not expecting to do any instrument flying today, but in case I do, instruments are checking. HSI is going the right direction. Ball's going opposite. Turn coordinator correct. Airspeed 0. No excessive bank or pitch. And within plus minus 75 feet of altitude and 0 VSI. Everything looks good. Nobody coming over from the pumps. Beautiful aircraft out here. Too many palm trees. There are a couple around Auburn, but not this many. It can snow in Auburn. It's not. It's rare. It's more common than in Sacramento. But they usually get one day in the winter where they get an inch or two, and then some other light dustings. But maybe every other year or so. I've seen them get several inches, but that's extremely rare. It's only 1,500 feet altitude, so. All right. Do a run up quick here. Switch to left tank. Mixture goes rich. Brakes are held. Feet on the brakes. Up to about 2,000 RPM. All right, we do a prop check. Oop, we can do it a little slower than that. Watching that oil pressure. Watching for spatter or anything on the windshield in case we got a prop hub seal break. Okay, that's good. Check the mags. Drop of about that's more drop than I want. I don't know if this plane simulates that though. Fouled mags. I don't think it does. I think it's just standard. Because watch, I'll do the other one. I'll do the same thing. Yep. Okay, and carb heat. Should drop about 100 RPM with the carb heat on. Because we're putting in hot air. There's a little bit of a drop. And back up. I would like to see more drop than that in the simulation. But it's acceptable that it's at least doing something. Okay. Normal takeoff. Any abnormal indications or anything like that? We got about 3,700 feet of runway. We'll, if it's before rotation, we'll stop on the available runway. If we get airborne and we lose an engine, we're in trouble. There's a little bit of an area just beyond the end to the left that you might be able to survive, but you're going to break the plane. And if you're airborne enough, you end up over in the sewage pond. Well, it's not a sewage pond; it's a retaining pond, but it's gross. Algae pond off to the south of the airport. And then otherwise, we get up to pattern altitude, we might be able to return VFR, do the impossible turn or something, but not a lot of options. I'm not going to be doing dead sticks today. I'm just saying. Save your points. I wanna enjoy this flight and not be all tense. That's why I'm not flying the Comanche or anything like that. I want to just cruise and fly. Okay. Good to go. In event of engine failure, pray. That's about it in a lot of cases. And we'll zoom in just a little bit more to get a better, more realistic perspective. I like that right there. Can still kind of see peripherally everything, and it feels very much like I'm sitting in the plane. Brand new day, Sting. Let's do this thing, huh? Yeah, let's rock and roll, baby. Auburn traffic. What are we? Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot, departing runway 25, and will be a left downwind departure overhead to the north. Auburn. Bye for now, home base. That's right. All right. Lights, camera, action. Fuel pump on. Transponder is set and ident. Nobody out there on base final. No flaps, just a normal takeoff. Mags are good. Primer's locked. Carb heat's off. Why am I putting in left rudder here? Takeoff power is set and indicated. Airspeed's alive. Whoa. Yep, we have a problem. It's that trim. Come on, stay on. Stay on. Come on. We're going to go in the overrun. That did not work. Hey, look, I'm still on the pavement. All right, we got to figure out what's going on with that trim because that was not acceptable. Controls are working, so it's that damn trim, and I can't figure out why it's so nose down. I thought my wheel would give it the correct stuff, but apparently the indicator there is what it thinks it's doing. So let's figure that out. Yeah, we were really light on the wheels there. And Auburn, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is clear of runway 25, taxiing back. Okay, so why can I not trim this plane? Do I have to do it? Hold on, let's just stop. Why are we doing this while we're taxiing? So apparently, look at that. I can pull that all the way back to neutral using the mouse wheel. But as soon as I use my trim wheel, it goes all the way up there. So I need to set a new center for it. That's the problem. We put the brakes on, and let's fix this. Once we fix this, we're gonna be good to fly. But there's an example right there of of what works for one plane doesn't work for another. That's okay. So trust the indicator on the instrument. What do I need here? What am I looking for? I'm looking for this one. Okay, it's on the wheel. And I guess I need to send, it just says elevator trim. It's doing the thing. But let's go neutral here. Let's put this back in the neutral position. Let me pause my track IR so I can see it. Right there. And set that. Oh, hey, look at that. Yes, it was not set correctly. Like I said, what works for one plane does not work for another. So that's full down. And we want full up. Look at that. See, I noticed it wasn't right, but I didn't really realize how unright it was. Okay, now it snaps. And that is, boom, right on it. Hey, let's go back to the end of the runway and do this again, huh? It's a good learning lesson. Now, because I'm using, I created its own profile based on the one I used to use for it, which was more of a generic one. And now it's got its own profile, so it should never do that again. And then all the other ones that use that profile should be fine. But that's why I've started getting in the habit. And again, I just did this before I went live with the stream, and I didn't do that part. But I just created its own profile. And apparently, you kind of need to. So with this one, it's not a standardized thing. Every plane's kind of got a different idiosyncrasy with the controls. It's like really, unfortunately, super annoying. But let's do this again, and let's get up there. It'll only take us a minute. We won't need to do a run up this time. I'm fairly confident that was the problem. If it wasn't, I'll eat my hat, and I'm not wearing one, so I don't know what that means. I don't know why I'm seeing the PCL lights on. Middle of the day. That's interesting. And again, nobody in the pattern. Auburn traffic, Dakota 4 Charlie Foxtrot, trying again, taking off runway 25, left downwind departure, overhead the middle to the north, and Auburn. Eat the track IR. Okay. Well, that's why you brief the takeoff too, right? You have issues, doesn't rotate, doesn't want to get airborne. Got light on the back wheels and started wheelbarrowing. That's exactly probably what would happen in real life if you had a full nose down trim like that. Okay, here we go. All right, take off power set. Indicated in the green. Airspeed's alive. Oh, much easier to control this time. I'm not wheelbarrowing already. Let's go fly. That was it. Perfect. That was good. There's the pond I'm talking about. Yeah, I still fly in real life. Yes. And this plane's got a lot of horses. Pull back the prop just a little bit here. Auburn, 4 Charlie Foxtrot, left crosswind, 2-5, Auburn. And I'm going to stay at pattern altitude for a minute here. Check the 45 and the downwind entry. Auburn for Charlie Foxtrot is turning left downwind, 2-5. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. Beautiful day. Little hazy, which is typical this time of year. And we'll just head up. Start climbing over. Oh, I love 2024, man. Auburn 4 Charlie Foxtrot's going to cross over the numbers, 2-5, heading north. Yeah, Auburn. And we'll up to Nevada County. So this airport, in real life, it's great to fly out of Auburn because this airport is typically above the fog. You get a lot of radiation fog, or Thule fog as they call it, valley fog, down in the valley. Sacramento Executive, they're all fogged in. Mather, everything down there is fogged in. And up here, it's above the inversion layer. And so it's usually mixed rather nicely. Am I picking up anything from the Black Friday sim sale? I might pick up some hardware. I don't think I've got any software in mind right now, but I will take a look. She lost time. And we'll fly. I'll go a little bit to the right just to see Lake of the Pines here. And then we'll curve back to the left and get on a 45 for Nevada County. Zach and Sarah. Woo, 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 woo. Yeah, MSFS 24 is worth getting. All right, fuel pump off. We'll leave the landing light on because we're going to land in just a couple minutes. We're almost on approach for Nevada County already. Nice. With all this up and down, we won't be going too much, leaning out too much, but that's also going to kill our fuel flow. So just something to consider. Nice cruise speed. About 135 indicated right at Vino. There is Lake of the Pines. You can see the clubhouse on the point there, the swimming pool, the golf pro shop, golf course, driving range right there, and the golf course goes around the lake. All the way around there. And then there's another golf course. Lake of the Pines is a private community. It's gated. So, and then Alta Sierra Airport's right under our nose there. That's a private airport. Kind of a cool little community. Beautiful area though. If you've got the money and the and can handle California, this is a really nice place to live up here. All right, I'm going to just angle off a little bit like this, and then we'll switch over to Nevada County traffic, which is, let's see, that's 122,725. $12272. I couldn't use the knob to do that too. And then they also have an AWAS up there, 121,325, and I want to make sure that we're using the right runway. Wind calm. Love it. There you go. Okay, that's enough. Nevada County traffic. Piper 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 7 miles to the southwest inbound. We'll do a 45 left traffic 25 touch and go Nevada County. It's a lot to talk about there. And we're just above pattern altitude. We'll get down to there now. So I like the 750. What I want to swap out is the 650, Chunky, but please tell. We'll see how my first landing goes in this thing. There's the airport. I'll leave the map up. I wish I could make this just a hair smaller. Oh, I think I can. Hold on. No, not there. Here. Nope, it already is small. Whoa! Nope. I wish I could make it one step smaller than that. But I'll leave the sectional up unless you guys want me not to. Just to be able to kind of see how I'm navigating. Nevada County traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrots on a 3 mile 45 for left downwind 25 Nevada County. It's on the last one, the one that just says Carnado. When you say the last page, like this one, because none of them say Carnado for me. These two. Is there one I'm missing? Yeah, it doesn't. It's weird. Slow down a little bit here. Why are all the runway lights on? That's what I want to know. And you can see them. It's kind of weird. I don't want them on. I did contact the dev. Oh, sorry. I did the wrong thing there. Yeah, that's weird. They're like stuck on. It's all right. deal. Well, maybe I need an update. But I thought I got this from the marketplace, so it should be updating automatically, right? All right, mixture set, props all the way forward. Do a gump check, fuel pumps on, gear is welded. Whoa, don't do that. Nevada County, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is entering left downwind, 25, Nevada County. That's interesting, Chunky. I must be doing something wrong then. About 100 knots, what I'm looking for here. Really low on the manifold pressure. Ooh, that's not the way what I wanted to do. It's all right. I don't need it. All right, midfield downwind. Start our descent. All right, carb heat on. There's not your flaps. A little wide here. A little wide. Flying kind of a B-52 pattern. I'm going to just kind of delay my descent just a little bit here. Nevada County, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is a wide left base, 25, Nevada County. Nice and shallow. There's Blancalirio's house is right over there. Oh, sure. Right. The ones that are done for a Sobo, you're probably it's kind of poisoned. Oh, I love how the nose responds to flap input. Very appropriate. I don't know why the runway lights are all on though. And you can see they're inverse. And again, that's an issue with the PCL program. The daytime doesn't work really well. He said he's aware of it and he's working on it. Little overshoot. Don't get crazy here. Nevada County, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is short final 2-5. Nevada County. Get my keyboard off my lap. I don't like that tree. See, that's the stuff I want to fix in the World Hub. Okay, flaps up, carb heat off, and go. Perfect. Nevada County, 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the go. Upwind 2-5 and will be a left downwind departure to the east, Nevada County. That was a decent first landing. It was better than my first takeoff. Nevada County, 4 Charlie Foxtrot, left crosswind 2-5, Nevada County. Nobody else out there. Check right. Good. and go back into the downwind. Nevada County, Fort Charlie Foxtrot is going to go left downwind, and the pattern to the east, Nevada County. Wide again. Bring it on. All right, next stop is Blue Canyon. It's about 10 miles, 12 miles to the east. And I'm going to hold off my climb because you might have traffic crossing 500 feet above, which is pretty standard. And I'm not going to climb until we are clear the pattern on this side here. Blue Canyon is going to be interesting. They do have an ASOS up there. It's been up there forever. That's why Blue Canyon's got its own. They've had the airport code Bravo Lima uniform for years, even though it's a small airport. And most of these airports around here used to have an Oscar code. Used to be like Oscar, like Columbia's still Oscar 22, but like a lot of them, CPU and JAQ used to all have just a generic airport code instead of an ICAO code until more recently, until like the last 20 years. Blue Canyon's had that ICAO code for a lot longer than that, and that's because they've always had an ASOS up there. Well, they've had one for a long time because of the weather. It's just really spicy weather up there. Let's grab that ASOS while we're at it. 120.075. That way we can start planning our pattern entry because it's going to come quick. Audio panel. I wish we hadn't just a regular intercom system here. Easier to hear. Okay, a little bit of a north wind. She sounds so happy. I missed the altimeter. I got to do it again. 3011. All right. Close enough. She sounds like she's about to laugh. Altimeter 2C. Really, really happy. All right. So we'll do a runway 34, which is basically right to left for us right now. So I'm going to go ahead and start setting up for that 45. And we should be 122.9er. 122.9er. I will answer if you fall. I'll pick you up. Let's stay here at 65. This disaster, I'll point you home. Oh, I'm clicked in. Oh, come on. Too many clicks. There we go. Blue Canyon traffic, Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 10 miles to the west-southwest, inbound Blue Canyon. Fuel pump off. Leave the landing light on. They're LEDs these days anyway. It doesn't really matter. We can turn that off for a minute here. Well, there's Blue Canyon. So I'm going to come into the north and enter that 45 for left traffic for 3-4 there. I think it's still 3-4. And if you fall, I'll pick you up. All right, there's Interstate 80, and Blue Canyon Airport's right there. And this is the area, this is the elevation where it really usually starts snowing hard, right around 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Although it can get all the way down to 1,000 feet like Auburn. Auburn's 1500, but it can do that. Do, do, you think it only there's a little bit of a drop off there. A little high altitude leaning. I think someday more than holy man. And if you call, I will answer. And if you fall, I'll pick you up. And if you call this disaster, I'll point you home. Never do those crazy things that you do. The Yuba River down there. To crucify you. To rebuild. To rebuild. 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 All right, see, I'm setting up here. I'm almost on that 45 right now. Just waiting another mile or two. And I'll turn inbound. Oop, little updraft there. All right, that's good. Blue Canyon 604 Charlie Foxtrot is about 5 miles to the northwest on a 45 left downwind, 3-4. Touch and go, Blue Canyon. Might be 3-3 these days. Hang on here. It is 3-3. All right, fuel pump on. Let's switch tanks. Love this song. Go down just a little bit here. Okay, everything's on good. Go prop full forward. Mixture I'm going to keep where it is because this is high altitude and the sim doesn't handle high altitude very well. And then we'll head back down to lower elevations. I'll give you a little tour of all the Northern California airports here. The Sacramento area and maybe the Bay Area. Let's see if we get that far. All right. I'm going to go ahead and do a wide downwind again. Blue Canyon 4, Charlie Foxtrot, left downwind 3-3, Blue Canyon. About a mile seems reasonable here. Okay, midfield downwind. Carb heat on. Fuel pump's already on. And we're beam our touchdown point, so start descending. Oh, unforgettable. Is the first notch of flaps really 91 knots? Or can I go flaps the first notch higher than that, and then the second notch is 91? I have to look that up. In most Pipers, that flap arc is the flap arc. Like you can't add above that. Cessnas, it's not. Cessnas, you can usually add a notch before you get there. Something I'll need to look into on the Dakota. Archer, you're waiting. Blue Canyon 4 Charlie Foxtrot is left base 3-3 Blue Canyon. Or wide. But again, we're at high elevation, so your true airspeed's a lot higher. We're a mile high right now, and probably around 6,000 foot density altitude, given the temperature is a little warm. Warmer than it has been. Oh, there's a tree right on the end of the runway. What is it with the sim literally putting trees? The 2024, not 2020. 2024 puts like a solitary tree right at the end of every runway. That's what I need to fix. I haven't done Blue Canyon in the World Hub because I had a third-party scenery for it, which I don't anymore. Ugh. And so it's an airport I should probably do. We're a little low here. Oh, yeah. Not only low, but sinking. There we go. That's better. Canyon 4 Charlie Foxtrot, short final, 3-3, touch and go, Blue Canyon. God, I'm going to have to offset just slightly because of that tree. I just don't like it. Okay, got the runway made. Ease the power out. A little bit of right to left crosswind. No problem. Okay. Center line. And you know what? I'm gonna stop and taxi back. Just couldn't get configured. Was off center line. Blue Canyon 4 Charlie Foxtrot's gonna taxi back 3-3. Blue Canyon. That I didn't like the setup. I floated a little bit and ended up off the center line more than I wanted to, and I couldn't get the flaps up and carb heat off fast enough. And this is not a long runway; it's only 3,300 feet, and we're at, like I said, 6,000 foot density altitude or so, and I didn't want to risk it. So we taxi back and live to talk about it. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Ego's intact. Airplane intact. And I'm going to use, we're going to do a short field takeoff technique here. 25 degrees flaps. Fuel pump's on. Primer's locked. Carb heat's off. We're going to get all the way to the end of the runway here. Blue Canyon 4 Charlie Foxtrot is going to depart runway 3-3. Will be a left downwind departure to the south at Blue Canyon. Let's get all the way to the end of the runway there. Those in-pavement lights, which are ridiculous, would never exist at an airport this small. Okay. Let's check the trim also. Trim is good. A little slight nose up trim. All right, I'm going to run up the mixture, or run up the throttle, and then I'm going to find wow. That far back. Right about there. Okay. Left rudder. That's so annoying, that crosswind effect. That's a Carnado thing. They haven't gotten the wheel friction down yet. Speed's alive. Everything's in the green. 60. See how long it's taking us for the roll. And switch to right rudder. Little VX action. Cleared our obstacle. Put that nose down. Accelerate. Get the flaps. And flaps. Good deal. There's Old Man Mountain right there. Love Old Man Mountain. That's when you're driving up Interstate 80. That's how you know you're in the Sierras. Is when you come over Emigrant Gap and see Old Man Mountain in the distance. Blue Canyon 4 Charlie Foxtrot left crosswind 3-3. Blue Canyon. Here's Interstate 80 back behind us. That's power lines down there that you're seeing. And again, I'm just going to kind of stay at pattern altitude here. Pull back the power just a hair. And Blue Canyon 4 Charlie Foxtrot turning left downwind 3-3, departing the pattern to the south. Blue Canyon. All right, let's go find Georgetown. But anyway, yeah. So where this road, it's just after Blue Canyon. You see Putt Lake right there, that little blue spot. As soon as you come over that ridge right there, it drops down, and that's Emigrant Gap right there. And you see Lake Spalding down at the bottom. The railroad comes right through here. There's a bunch of tunnels, and it goes up towards Donner Pass. That's Signal Peak right there, that tall double ridge right there. And then that's Old Man Mountain down there. Just totally granite. Just like 100% granite. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And that's how you know you're in the Sierras, is when you come out of the forest like this and see all that granite in front of you. And you're like, oh, now we're in the mountains. Okay, turn the fuel pump off. I'll turn the landing light off for a minute here. And then this is the American River Canyon on this side. That's the North Fork of the American right there. And this area in front of us between the North and the South Fork is called the Forest Hill Divide. So it's a long, elevated plateau. Let's stay up at 65. Let's just stay up there. That basically gently slopes down with the overall slope of the Sierras, and of course it is isolated by the river. There are very, very few bridges to get you over to the Forest Hill Divide. The main one, of course, is the Forest Hill Bridge, which is back by Auburn Airport. It's about where you turn base for 2-5. And there's another one, the Mosquito Bridge, down by, well, Mosquito's a different divide, though. I mean, that's really it, is the Forest Hill Bridge. Otherwise, there's some backcountry trails. You can take back roads, go up the Forest Hill Divide, and get back on Interstate 80 up in this area up there. But it is very, 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 very seasonal, whether those roads are passable. And it is backcountry. What a gorgeous friggin' day. This is so NorCal, man. Like, you don't even understand how much this just looks like a fall day in Northern California. Not a lot of snow up there yet. Just several inches above about 6,000 feet. All right, let's figure out Georgetown. Georgetown does not have an AWAS. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do the whole midfield flyover. Ah, come on. Having some issues with a light that keeps on falling. Georgetown's 123.05. And I'm assuming we've got kind of a. I mean, right now the winds aloft are out of the east, which is a katabatic wind downslope. But I'm assuming this is going to be a slight north wind at Georgetown. And so what I'm going to do is, you see on the map down here, what we're going to do is we're going to fly kind of parallel to the runway down here. We're going to cross over midfield, check the windsock, and then if it is favoring the north or it's light enough, then we will come out, do a 45, or do the whole the bow tie. They call it the teardrop, and then do a 45 entry, and then come around and land on 3-4. That is 3-4 there. And we're about 10 miles out, so we'll give Georgetown a call. Yep, perfectly 10 miles. Georgetown traffic, Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 10 miles to the north-northeast, inbound Georgetown. So first call, 8 to 12 miles, preferably 10 or so, in a light plane like this. And just telling people where you are and that you're inbound. Any other traffic in the pattern will usually pipe up right around then. If you're calling in inbound, they'll kind of say this is where I'm on a downwind currently, whatever. If the FBO is open, they may tell you what runway's in use. And so you just listen. Don't say any traffic in the area, please advise. That's an old, anachronistic way of doing it, and it's very frowned upon. But that's the way I was taught back in the day. You say, Georgetown traffic, Dakota's 4 Charlie Foxtrot, 10 miles to the north. Any traffic in the area, please advise. And of course they're going to. Gorgeous. Let's turn that off so I can get a good. Yeah. Okay, we need to trim down, get down. Now, 500 is the common. 500 above the traffic pattern is the common way to do it. I almost prefer doing 1,000 above. But that does leave a lot of descent to make in that teardrop. You can go down to 3,100. Sorry, 4,100 to cross over. Georgetown 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 5 to the northeast, and we're going to cross midfield at 4,100 and do a teardrop for 45 entry, left traffic 3-4 Georgetown. Go ahead and turn the fuel pump on now. Bring the mixture in a little bit. And then after this, we'll head down to Placerville, and then over to Cameron. Now, this airport I did do in the World Hub. I also did Swansboro, which is a private airport. Cameron, Rancho. I did basically a lot of the ones we're going to on the west side or the east side of the valley today. I did Nevada County too, the one we were just at two airports ago. So if there are trees in the approach zone, that is 100% of Sobo's fault. Because I guarantee I did not leave any trees that aren't supposed to be there. Georgetown, Fort Charlie Foxtrot's overhead at 4,100, and we'll teardrop to the northwest for left pattern entry 3-4 Georgetown. Okay, you want to fly 2 miles past the dead side of the pattern, so you want to go 3 miles. The way I like to set this up, and I'm just nice and slow here. The way I like to set this up is to put the GTN at 3 miles. Then I know when I'm clear. So I'm flying still parallel, or still perpendicular to the runway. Ish. I can come just left just a little bit here. It's going to be really hard to see the airport at it doing this. So again, you got to either do a timer or look at the ground and basically watch your ground estimation go by, or use your navigational tools. Not the easiest thing to do. All right, that's about 3 miles. I'll go ahead and turn. There's Auburn in front of us, by the way. A nice 30-degree bank. Descent. A little overbanking tendency. That's nice. That's not unrealistic. And I'm a little shallow right now. I'm going to keep on going north for a second here. Not quite setting up for a 45. I'm setting up for more of a midfield. Georgetown, Fort Charlie Foxtrot's on a 3 mile 45. Left downwind 3-4. Touch and go, Georgetown. Okay, there's the airport right there. Not quite a 45. Not my best. I love that. Then I like to set up for 1.5 miles on the GTN. 3,600, right at traffic pattern altitude. Georgetown, Fort Charlie Foxtrot, turning left downwind 3-4, Georgetown. Okay, fuel pump's already on. Put the carb heat on. Make sure you're set, prop full forward for go around. And we're a beam. Throttle's back. First notch of flaps. Looking back for that 45-degree point. Not quite. That should be about good. Georgetown 4 Charlie Foxtrot is left base, 3-4. Touch and go, Georgetown. Got to come around this hill here. So put us on about a mile final. Could do it at a half mile, but in the mountains, just give yourself room. Unless it's tight, and then you can't give yourself room. That's a weird power line there. That's not there in real life. Not like that, at least. Georgetown 4 Charlie Foxtrot, turning final. 3-4. Touch and go, Georgetown. All right. If we land short enough here, we can do a proper touch and go. Slow down a little bit. Watch those trees. Lots of swirly winds here in real life. It is not. I did a lot of training here. Not a fun airport to screw up. Oh, yeah. Okay. And flaps. We'll go flaps 25. Yeah. Georgetown 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the go. 3-4. And will be a left downwind departure to the south. Georgetown. Okay. Obstacle cleared. Agent, it is, isn't it? This is like just an easy flyer. And it's got some speed, it's got some power. This is one of the best basic GA aircraft in the sim. I will say that. Basic. And what I mean is not a lot of frills, not a lot of options, and doesn't have the fidelity and study levelness of like the A2A stuff. So hey Barney, how are you doing? Rookie. Georgetown 4 Charlie Foxtrot, left crosswind 3-4, Georgetown. See the Pappy in the right place? 2-box Pappy. Yeah. Georgetown 4 Charlie Foxtrot, left downwind 3-4, and heading south to Placerville. Last call, Georgia. I usually don't do last call, but I said Placerville. So I want to make sure that they know that I'm still on Georgetown. Yeah, it's still got some quirks to it. There's some things that but yeah, I don't want to get all mad at it right now. Okay, leaving the fuel pump on, we'll switch tanks again. Go left tank. And so looking at Placerville down here, Placerville's traffic, it's runway 523, and it's all the traffic is on the south side of the field. So it's a right pattern for 5, left traffic for 2-3. And so we're going to grab the AWASP because I want to know what runway they're landing. So that's 118, 125. And switch it. And then audio panel. Oh, I guess we can just do Mon 2. Is it not working? Okay, maybe it's not working. All right, so I'm going to cheat and go, well, let's do this. Let's see if this works. Touch the airport. Oh, not Hangtown. That's the VOR. Next, Placerville. And let's grab the Wix data. There it is. Wind calm. All right. Wind calm, and the calm wind runway at Placerville is I can't remember. I really think there is one. It's a pretty flat runway. I think we'll use 2-3. So with everything on the south side, we're gonna have to climb. We're gonna do another teardrop. See if we can make this one better. But airport elevation is about 2,600, so we're gonna go up to 4,100. Your F4 manual ended up in Guam? But, sir, there's nothing going on in Guam. Placerville traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrot. Oh, nope, we're not on Placerville. There we go. Placerville traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 8 miles to the northwest, inbound Placerville. It's Suffragette City. Everything good with the audio? You guys hearing like music? And there is no ATC right now. I'm talking to nobody. Oakland Tower is up, but Oakland Center is not, nor is NorCal. And I wouldn't be talking to them out here anyway. This is like no man's land. Sounds good? Okay. Let me know if you need more or less of anything. It's bumpy. Placerville traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrot, 5 miles to the northwest. They're going to overfly 4,100 and teardrop to the southwest for a left downwind 2-3 at Placerville. The Suffragette City. I can see the windsock from here. They're so huge. All right, slow down just a little bit. And Swansboro is up to our left. I'm not making it out right now. It's up in here. Like I said, it's a private, like a homeowner community. This is all Apple Hill below us. Beautiful to visit this time of year. It's a collective of apple farms, pumpkin patches, Christmas tree farms, craft fairs, and wineries and golf courses, and it's just it's a really beautiful area. There's Placerville Airport. This is where that fire was a couple of years ago, right behind those hangars. Let's nose up. I guess I wasn't looking at a windsock. Placerville, 4 Charlie Foxtrot, overhead 4,000, and clearing the pattern to the south end. Teardrop 45, left traffic 2-3, touch and go, Placerville. A long, long time. And again, set up our GTN because we don't really have a real good butt feel of the distance we're traveling. Lead to you, just can't turn and walk away. I'll always be with you. Words can't say, I can't do enough to prove it's all for you. Okay, here we go with our little teardrop turn. Just going to do a nice, more of a leisurely turn here. We'll descend. Just can't turn and walk away. Looking mostly outside here, watching for traffic on the 45. I'll always be with you. Words can't say, and I can't do enough to prove it's all for you. Do, 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 do. There's the airport. Once again, not wide enough on that. I just need to even be lazier with my Pottsville 4 Charlie Foxtrot is on a 2 mile 45 left downwind 2-3 touch and go Pottsville. Took a long time. There's pattern altitude. So trim. Bring the power back even a little bit more so we can enter the pattern not at light speed. Or Mach Jesus. Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad 45 right there. That's pretty close. Hard to say what it is I feel in you. Wonder if I'll always be with you. All right, little gump check. Fuel pumps on. Mixture set. Prop full forward. Landing gear is welded. And fuel is looking good. Go ahead and turn now. Ooh, little pull when I turned. 4 Charlie Foxtrot, left downwind 2-3, Pottsville. Enough to prove it's all for you. Yeah, maybe I'll overshot that turn just a little bit there. There we go. Oh, that's great. Perfect. Nice and at pattern altitude. Nice and slow for flap deployment. Gumps check is looking good. Put on the carb heat now. This would be a carb heat day, by the way. Carb icing would be really possible with all this humidity, visible moisture, and chilliness. It's one of those days where you're almost using it in cruise every once in a while, especially at low power settings. Everybody's talking about the new sound funny, but it's still rock and roll to me. Pottsville 4 Charlie Foxtrot turning left base 2-3 Pottsville. Going to cruise the Miracle Mile. Nowadays you can't be too sentimental. Your best bet's a true baby blue continental. Hot funk, cool punk, even if it's old junk, it's still rock and roll. Jaden, yeah, I'm doing touch and goes. So I'm visiting a bunch of airports, just going hopping from one to another. And yes, I'm currently going to land at this one and do a touch and go. Pottsville 4 Charlie Foxtrot is final, about a mile final, 2-3. It'll be touch and go, departing the pattern on the 45 to the southwest. Pottsville. Again, with the trees. I did not do this airport either because V Basilio did a great third-party scenery for this, and I just figure it's worth the getting that. Still rock and roll me. And just fly a little high here for those trees, and now come in. I'll come back to that follow in just a second here. Just give me 1 second to land. There we go. And flap's going to go all the way up. Carb heat off. Prop is set, and here we go. Placerville 4 Charlie Foxtrot on the go, 2-3. Placerville. Should try to be a straight A student. If you are, then you think too much. Beautiful. Turn that off just a second so you can get a good look to the right at downtown Placerville. We'll put the nose back down a little bit. Set it just above the horizon for that climb out. Yep, there's Placerville in the Gulch there. Cool little town. And we'll start our crosswind turn, and we're just going to head out to the southwest here so we can get over to Jackson. Oh, no, we're going to Cameron. Never mind. I'll just stay on this heading. And Placerville, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is on the 45 off the crosswind southwest and departing the pattern Placerville. I don't even want to climb because we got to get back down to go to Cameron. We're not very far. Cameron is Cameron's a fun airport to get into. Cameron's another one I did in the World Hub, and it's a roller coaster. Very steep approach from either end, especially coming in from the south, which everything seems to be favoring right now. And thank you for that follow, by the way, Jaden Yuki. Appreciate ya. I'm going to try to grab the AWAS there at Cameron as well. They have an AWAS 3. There it is. Eight C. It's talking like me. Wind calm. Good. 123.05 is Cameron. Oh, for the love. Cameron Park traffic, Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 10 miles east, inbound Cameron Park. Okay, once again, I think we're going to end up landing to the north. Everything seems to be kind of favoring that right now in this area. Although that can flip once you get south of the Delta. Although in a northerly flow, that should actually hold all the way through the foothills. So what we're going to do once again is we are going to overfly and teardrop for 3-1. Getting a little hazy out there too, so we got to watch that. Got the required flight visibility. All right, fuel pump off, landing light. We'll leave the landing light on because we are basically coming in right now. 1287, traffic pattern 2300 plus 500 be 2800 overfly. So let's get down there. Pleasure seekers. Cameron's one of those ones that's a little obscured to see with all these hills until you're almost right on top of it. But you see that big hill to our left there, about 11 o'clock? Airport's right behind that. Cameron Park 4 Charlie Foxtrot, 5 miles to the east, and we'll overfly at 2800 and teardrop to the northwest for a left pattern entry 3-1. Cameron. See that little. So this is another. This is a public airport that is surrounded by a. We've talked about this many times. Surrounded by a housing development that is basically a fly-in community. And if you're unfamiliar with the concept, to the west of the runway here, all these houses, the roads are taxiways, and all the houses have hangars instead of garages, or in addition to garages, and often have airplanes parked out in front of the house. And you can actually see that sometimes baked into the scenery. I'll kind of switch to that as we overfly. It's bumpy. Cameron traffic 4 Charlie Foxtrot's flying overhead at 3,900 right now. And again, we will maneuver to the northwest for a teardrop entry 45 left downwind 31. Cameron. So you can see those wide streets. And those are taxiways. And then if you look hard, you can see some airplanes. There's, in some of those driveways down there. There's one over there off our right wing. Looks like a Baron or something. Or a Twin Comanche. A Twinkie. That's a big Twinkie. Again, should always do this. I'm descending. I don't want to be descending. Should always do this perpendicular to the runway. It's meant to get you clear. Above the pattern altitude before you descend and enter a 45. Why don't all non-towered airports publish calm runway? Because it's not required. That's a great question. I think in some cases it's probably they'd rather leave it up to the pilot versus forcing a decision. Maybe some liability involved with that. Well, I had to land on this runway. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that one. Apologize. All right, we're about that 3 miles right now. There's El Dorado Hills in front of us. All this is new development right in here. And then Folsom beyond that. Mather's out in the distance. Let's fly this even gentler. And descend. Put the fuel pump on. Why do we put the fuel pump on in a Cherokee for landing, or a Cherokee variant? And the answer is fuel tanks are below the engine. The gascolator's below the engine, and if the engine-driven pump fails, it won't gravity drop like a Cessna will. So that could be very surprising. And so when we're taking off and landing, for most low-wing Cherokee variants, we have the fuel pump on. Ugh. This used to be all grassland and oaks. Now it's just all gross HOAs. All right, Cameron traffic 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on a 2 mile 45, left downwind 31, touch and go, Cameron. Now this is one of those ones, short runway. It's 4,000 feet long, but it is a very long displaced threshold. So we're going to try to put it down right at the end of the displaced threshold. And if we float at all, we'll stop it on the runway, taxi back, and try again, because about here for our pattern. Because there won't be enough runway left. Repeat, carb heat on. And we will leave flaps in at 25 for the climb out. It's uphill. It's uphill both ways. The runway kind of bows. It's in a bowl. There is a pulsating VASI, a P VASI on the left side. I think I put that in there correctly. Cameron, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is left downwind 3-1. Cameron. I won't let you go, my baby. Slow it down. A beam. Are you gonna love you to the end of time? We're going to keep it a little high on this coming in here because there is a hill. That's why it's a very steep, that Pivasi glide path is very steep, and there's a really, really long displaced threshold. It's about a third of the runway. One of the longer ones you'll see at a public airport like this. Cameron, traffic 4 Charlie Foxtrot, left base 3-1. Cameron. Sam's Town used to be off to the right there. It was part of the Sam's Hofbrau dynasty family, and that used to be a really cool entertainment complex right to the right there off of Cameron Park Drive on US 50, and they had like several stages and a peanut bar where like literally they encourage you to throw peanut shells on the floor. A great arcade. Unfortunately not there anymore. Not seeing that Pivasi at all. Maybe it's deleted. Maybe I deleted it. Look at that displaced threshold. That'll mess with your sight picture. And it's uphill too. That will also mess up with your sight picture. All right. Flaps are full. We're clear of our obstacles. So I'm going to go idle. Baj Selvis. Oh, that's hard for me to say. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. How are you today? Yeah. And 1 notch of flaps. Carb heat off. Full power. And we'll climb out of VX. Yeah, baby, this thing's got it. We are golden with that one. That was one of the better landings I've done at Cameron. Cameron, 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the go. 3-1. Cameron. And we're clear our obstacle. Put that nose down. Accelerate. Flaps. There's a bunch of backcountry airports over here that are not charted. I always call them drug runner airports, even though they're not. But it's fun to pretend. You can see one of them on top of that hill right over there. That's Mormon Hill. And then there's another one down here. And there's another one over here. It's crazy how many of them there are. All right, Cameron, 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the left, crosswind 3-1, departing the pattern on the downwind to the south. Cameron. Oh, you guys. That's not appropriate. I'm just kidding. I don't care. And Cameron, 4 Charlie Foxtrot, left downwind 3-1. We're going to be wide and heading off to the southwest. Cameron. Yeah. All right, fuel pump off. Throwing it all away. So every airport we're landed at today has been public airports. And they're all pretty heavily used. There's a lot of traffic in this area, a lot of training flights. Eva Air Academy is out of Mather, which is an old Air Force base, which is literally, we're looking down the runways right now, except it's foggy down there, so you can't see them. But right down over here, big old former Strategic Air Command air base that's now a cargo airport, and lots of private jets and training. Lots of flight training out of there. And they all go up to Placerville and Cameron and Auburn. And there's also training out of Placerville, Cameron, and Auburn. Flight training out of there, too. Let's retrim. So this is a controversial area here. All of that area to the right there. Folsom, this is all Folsom, California. You can see Folsom Lake behind us there. Folsom Prisons over here. Folsom Dams over here. This whole area, it used to be that the county prohibited development south of Highway 50. Here's Highway 50. And in the last 10 years, they reversed that, and now it's all being developed, which is really sad because this whole area is just gorgeous. Rolling hills, ranch land, lots of cows. And it's a real bummer that it's being developed. And I would go down to Rancho Murrieta, but I'm going to stay. The visibility is so poor down there. I'm going to just stay up in the hills above the inversion. There used to be a railroad down here. In fact, the tracks still exist, but we're paralleling, right over the top of them, actually. Yeah, there's the tracks. And that's the old Placerville branch of the, I think it was the SP Railroad. And it would wind from Folsom behind us, and it wound down to Latrobe, which is a little postage stamp town right down here, more of a suburb, an exurb, and then it wound up and over into Placerville through Diamond Springs, Shingle Springs, Diamond Springs, into Placerville. And most of the tracks are actually still there, but it's not used anymore, and some sections, like roads, have been paved over the tracks and stuff. But it's actually really, hey, Martell, we're actually going to Martell right now. Like literally. But anyway, it's really beautiful, and a lot of it's been converted into a trail, and so you can walk it. There's some bridges, some trestles, and it's just a really gorgeous area. Literally, Martell, when I see your name, I think of the town we're about to fly over, because that's the only other Martell I've ever known. Although I think there's a French, like, surface-to-air missile system called a Martell, isn't there? Am I crazy? Well, don't answer that. There's also a big private airport with a very long paved runway, lots of private jets and turboprops go in and out of there, called Eagle's Nest, very close to Rancho Murrieta, down over here. Oh, heck, why am I not showing you this on the map? I can just literally show you. There's Eagle's Nest right there. It's so busy and big that it's got its own Unicom or CTAF, even though it's a private airport. Yeah, right here. Martell. And it's where the next airport is. The airport is technically Jackson, Westover, Amador County, but it is Jackson's down here. Martell's a smaller town right next to it. So. And I'm just going to grab the AWAS down here to see if there's any significant changes. 121, 125. Kick stop my heart. So conversational. Let's do 57 at 5. Great. Perfect. Grand. Everybody back in the bus. All right. See that hill right there? That is right next to Jackson. So if you want to steer towards that, you're coming in from Auburn or Cameron or one of these, you basically aim for that hill. You just saw Motley Crue in Vegas about a month ago. They still put on a good show. It's because all of the speed balls are still in their system. No, I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say that. Westover Amador County traffic. What are we? Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot 10 miles to the northwest. Westover. I couldn't remember what kind of plane we were in. That's what happens when you fly too many different planes. Are we at TBM? What are we? We could just say Cherokee too, because there are not a lot of people out there that know what a Dakota is. they'd look at it and go, "Well, that's Cherokee." Yeah, it pretty much is. That goes for archers and warriors too. There's no external difference. I guess sometimes you might find a person who's like hyper aware of the speed differences. But all right, once again, we've got to cross to the other side, and that'll give us a nice scenic view of Martel and Jackson. So we'll cross over and enter the left traffic for 19er today. If we didn't know we were talking about planes, that sound really cultural. You're right. You are right. That would. Chunky, Vince Neil's just getting over a bad stroke. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Jackson traffic for Charlie Foxtrot is 4 miles to the west, and we're going to overfly the field and maneuver for a 45 for left traffic 19er at Jackson. So really cool town in here called Sutter Creek, down in that little gulch right there, and it is an old gold rush town, as is Jackson. These are all gold rush towns here, and it's where California gets the 1849 lore. Actually, you know what? We're a little low. Let's actually climb up here. Let's trade airspeed for altitude. Did anyone watch? No, I have not seen it yet, but I want to. Should watch that and do another Roads Less Traveled. Good song. Somebody's gonna hurt someone. Westover traffic for Charlie Foxtrot overflying 3100, maneuvering to the south for a 45 entry 19er, and touch and go at Westover. It takes all night. Oh, don't start descending yet. Why do I keep on doing that? It's gonna be a heartache tonight. Heartache tonight, I know. Oh no. Oh no, no. Hey, Aerosync. Great name. Thanks for that follow. How are you today? There's Jackson down there. Again, a lot of really cool things. Old mines up in these hills, and some of them you can tour. It's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. Do, 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 do. A heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. I know. All right, we can go ahead and start here. Descend. You played MSFS 2024. That's awesome. Well, welcome from another fellow 2024 player. Do 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 do. Going down to about 2,700 feet here. Traffic pattern. Pattern entry is usually 1,000 feet or 800 feet, depending on the airport. I'm just too lazy to look it up today. That's something you do want to be aware of if you are doing this kind of a thing. So if you're hopping airport to airport, either you know it, write it down where the patterns are. I'm just using 1,000 for standard. I can't remember. It's one of those things I only keep track of at my home airports. There's the airport right in front of us. Right about there. Again, the lights are on, and I don't know why. I don't understand. I feel like there's a glitch. Somehow they got activated and they're all staying on. And they should not be. Like, see, it says low. I never activated them. Jackson traffic for Charlie Foxtrot's on a 2 mile 45 left downwind, 19er. Touch and go, Jackson. Okay. Carb heat is on. Fuel pump is on. Good song. Getting ready for the news. All right, we're a Beamer touchdown point. Actually, we're a little past it. Props forward. Mixture set. Fuel. Undercarriage is welded. Fuel pump. Carb heat. BC Gump. Check. Get it on through. Whoa. You may post that. Absolutely. It's another airport I did in the World Hub. Except it's got the PCL lights on it. I don't know why. And they're inverse colors. Jackson 4 Charlie Foxtrot is left base and turning final. 1-9er. And this will be a touch and go at Jackson Westover. Oh, Chunky, yeah, of course. You have it. You have rights to do that. You can post away. A little high here, obviously. There's the Pappy. Look at the Pappy. Sogan. It's in the right spot. A little bit of a right crosswind here. It's getting a little chippy. 8-knot crosswind. We'll use our wing down side slip method here. Left rudder. Runway's made, so slowly back up the throttle. Oh, yeah. And flaps up all the way. Carb heat off. Again, I'm using left rudder to counter this 8-knot crosswind, which is not a thing in real life. Now I switch to right rudder. So Carinado, the only downside to this plane that I have seen so far is they need to fix the ground crosswind dynamics. I might leave a note in their the forum page. Jackson Westover 4 Charlie Foxtrot is on the go, 1-9er, and will be a left crosswind departure to the south at Westover. All right, next stop is Calaveras County. Why isn't it showing up on my... I mean, it's not far. We're almost 10 miles from it right now. Lots of wineries up here. This is Amador County, going into Calaveras County, and there are a ton of wineries in these hills here. Good ones. If you've ever had an Amador wine, this is where it comes from. All right, fuel pump off. There's Calaveras County. Oh, perfect. Dead on. And the good news with Calaveras County is we're landing 3-1, which we probably are. We can just enter, it's a right pattern, so we can just enter from this side. And don't have to do the teardrop. Do the first one we haven't had to do in a minute. You know that you lied. All right. Let's pull up Calaveras County stuff. So AWAS is 118,525. Let's get up to a 3,500 here. Let's be a little more predictable. Wind is out of the north. Good. So it is 30:03. Perfect. And 123.0. Calaveras County traffic, Cherokee 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 10 miles to the northwest, inbound Calaveras County. And just going to bracket out to the east here. Lots of fires in these hills in the last couple years. There used to be a lot more trees. You see the Sierras up there? A little snow at the tops. A lot more snow to the south there, towards Yosemite. That's where we were flying over the other day in the Barron. Was it the Barron or the TBM? It was Barron. I can't even remember what we were flying. Airman, what is going on? We're in the Dakota today, just cruising. Going down Highway 49. We'll do Calaveras County, and then I think what we'll do, for the sake of time, we'll go to Columbia, and then we'll cross over the valley to the East Bay, hit a couple airports there. I'm not going to go as far down south as Hollister. That's just, I mean, that's so far. It's like another hour there. So yeah, we'll head down here. We'll do Calaveras County. We'll do Columbia. We'll cross down. Maybe I will go down to San Martin. Maybe not as far south as Hollister. Cross down to San Martin, come up, and hit a couple on the way back to Auburn. We'll just do a big circle. I have a little time. All right. Calaveras County traffic for Charlie Foxtrot is going to be on a 4-mile, 45 right traffic, 3-1 in Calaveras County. You're on your way to New Bedford. In the sim or in real life? I'm putting that carb heat on now. We reduce the throttle. There's a good looking 45. In the sim. Nice. Okay. Slowing down. Prop forward. Mixture's good. Right traffic. We haven't done right traffic in a while. So again, if you look at the map here, you look at the airport that we're going to, and it says RP31. That means right pattern 31. And most traffic patterns in the U.S., standard is left traffic. So you make left turns for each leg of the pattern. And when it says RP, it's the opposite. So you make right turns. And the reason is that mountain. So we're going to just stay on this side, descending into the pattern, which you really shouldn't do. Watch that upwind to crosswind. Make sure nobody's turning. And Calaveras County 4 Charlie Foxtrot is entering midfield downwind. Right traffic 3-1 and be a touch and go. Calaveras County. All right, I'll turn that off for now so we can. This is another airport that I did. A little slow. There we go. Or a beam. There we go. That's much better. A little bit different perspective with right traffic. You haven't done it much. Takes a little getting used to. Calaveras County, Fort Charlie Foxtrot is right base 3-1, Calaveras County. Felt like it was a little high here, so that's why I'm descending quickly. Yeah. Calaveras County, Fort Charlie Foxtrot is turning final 3-1. And touch and go, Calaveras County. We're fast here. Let's slow down. All right, gump check, good. Everything's set. Confused about something here. All right, flaps up. Carb heat off. Dip. All right, if we are right pattern in, we're right pattern out. Calaveras County, Fort Charlie Foxtrot's on the go. Will be a right crosswind, 3-1, and departing the pattern off of the downwind to the south. Calaveras County. Just bring in the prop back. Do. Can almost fly this thing completely by sight. It's just a little faster than I'm used to in an Archer. So it does take a little getting used to. There's Columbia, and we'll go, that's as far south as we'll go here on this side of the valley. We'll start heading towards the Bay Area. Show you how far away the Bay Area is from here. And we'll need to climb a little bit. Columbia is higher. Calaveras County traffic, Fort Charlie Foxtrot is departing the area to the southeast off of the 45 off downwind. 3-1, Calaveras County. All right, 10 miles. Let's pick up the AWAS at Columbia, 124.65. 12465. Monitor and transfer. And the monitor didn't go. Good. Still 3003. I like that. All right. So, Columbia, fantastic airport. One of the best airports to fly into in California. Got a CDF base there. We're going to, yeah, I like that airfield too, Martel. Frequency is 122.975 for CTAF. 122.97. Flip. Columbia traffic. Cherokee, Fort Charlie Foxtrot, 10 miles northwest, Columbia. And if the wind's out of the north, it's left traffic for 3-5, so we're on a 45 currently. This will be perfect. This is a good song. Pattern altitude is going to be about 3,100. Start descending now. This is one of the only airports, public airports in this area that has a grass runway. But the main runway is asphalt. Yeah, I'm starting to get some noise in my joystick. It's really getting bad. We're lined up with the grass runway right now. I'm waiting for my Verpal yoke still. A love like yours. Yeah, it's worth the wait. It's going to be great. Columbia traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 5 mile, 45 left downwind, 35, and Columbia. Chris, I did the Kickstarter, so technically in order, but not in order. But their last update was like a month and a half ago, and they said it's the finishing touches. They did a lot of redesign on it, and it looks fantastic. So, but it was a while ago. I'm a patient person. The UPS guy just ordered your Verpal throttles that you ordered back in June. Well, that's pretty typical turnaround there for them. It's worth it. I have quite a bit of their equipment. I have a lot of VKB too, a couple Wind Wings. Columbia 4 Charlie Foxtrot is turning left downwind. 3-5 Columbia. All right. Carb heat on. Staying a little wide. There we are. A beam our touchdown point. Reduce the throttle. Get in the flaps range. Drop the first notch of flaps. Put the nose down. Pitching for about 85. Yeah, the Moses stuff got my eye too. I'm not sold on force feedbacks yet, especially for yokes. I've heard things and I still feel like it's not super mature, but I don't want to say that about the company. You know, I'm not trying to talk them down or anything. I'm not ready for that yet. I get pretty darn good results with a 25-year-old yoke. But like I said, it's starting to show its age. Columbia 4 Charlie Foxtrot left base 3-5 Columbia. Check final. Make sure there's no S2Ts coming in, the CDF tankers, or OV10s, as it were. DCS person, huge on that. A little overshoot here. Columbia 4 Charlie Foxtrot is short final. 3-5, touch and go, Columbia. CDF ramp is right here to the right. I did not do this airport in World Hub. Okay, flaps up, carb heat off, props full forward, and let's go. Woo. A little trim there. Columbia 4 Charlie Foxtrot is on the go, 3-5, and we will be a left crosswind departure to the west. Columbia. This is a great plane for this area. You've had your Brunner for 5 years. You don't think you can go back to non-4 speed back? Sure. Well, maybe I should ask you more questions about it. Well, let's go take our chances over in the Bay Area. There's the grass runway again. We've landed on that several times in this sim. Let me go up to 4,500 here. Fuel pump off. How are we doing on petrol? Oh, we got plenty. All right, let's cross the valley. It's a good song. Let's go on let me go 6,500. We're going to be crossing some pretty tall mountains on the other side. Mount Hamilton. Anticipating. This will steer us pretty much right towards San Martin, the Morgan Hill area. Let me put on the map so you guys can follow along. So we're going to head down to here. That's our goal right now. Get some nice views from up here. There's that fog layer in the Central Valley, which is very typical this time of year. All right, see out in front of us where the mountain basically ends? That's where we want to keep on aiming for. I've got a little bit of a left crosswind, but not too much at all. This will be beautiful crossing the valley right now. Let it speed up. Keep trimming the nose down. How's our fuel looking? It's looking great. JJ, we are headed towards Echo 16, which is South County, San Martin. Used to be called South County, but Echo 16, our closest airport right now. Columbia's behind us, but if you want to catch us, if you're going to load in, we'll be over Oakdale in about 6 minutes, 7 minutes. That's Oscar 27. After that, Modesto, which is Mike Oscar Delta. You'll find that we won't be there for a while. Echo 16 is a long way out. That's why I was giving you those other airports. Pause my track IR for just a second here. Not using the course in GPS today. I'm just navigating. A little bit more nose down trim. Can probably go ahead and lean too. So all of these rivers that come off of the Sierras, you can see they all come off perpendicular, and many of them are dammed up. And you can see just reservoir after reservoir. This is New Melones here. Actually, I take that back. Yeah, it's New Melones, and all the rivers are dammed that way. You can see it on the map. See just reservoir after reservoir, starting way up at Oroville, and then Bullard's Bar, smaller one here at I can't think of the name of it. Rollins, Clementine, Folsom's a big one, and then Comanche, Briones, Melones, Don Pedro, Exchequer, and all that's all coming off all these river canyons, as you can see here on the map. I'm not flying very well right now. Yeah, I've turned. But oh well, it's not just that I've figured out the EFB; it's that I have resolved the issues with stuttering. The screen stutters, they're gone. I did a bunch of things, and so I'm way more likely to use it now. But yeah, so all of those reservoirs were there primarily for flood control, because the Central Valley is so rich in agriculture, and that was a lot of the primary industries in the valley was ranching and agriculture, and these areas would flood a lot. So whereas you had mining in the hills and mining related economy, you also had timber. The valley was trading, so all your trade centers, and then agriculture. Um, and it would flood a lot because the winters and the snowpack in the mountains is very unpredictable. Some years you can get 100 feet of snow, and some years you'll get like 5. And they needed a way to manage that. So in the early 1900s, they built a lot of these dams for flood control, and then of course hydropower became a big thing around the same time. So they were used for hydropower. They're also used for drinking water. The San Francisco Aqueduct, the Hetch Hetchy Aqueduct, actually was built. So it's for all of those reasons, and then irrigation, of course, as well. For those drought years, which are very common as well, you'll see a lot of irrigation channels down here. So those dams are extremely important part of California. Extremely important. We're almost over Oakdale right now, about 5 miles out. I should switch frequencies to just general Unicom because I am not in any airport area. Okay. There's Oakdale Airport right in front of us. And I said I would lean. All we got is EGT down there. Right there. All right, turn track IR back on. Ooh, don't waste your time. Oops. Modesto, kind of out in front of us there. Looking off to our right, Stockton area. I want you to see here, you see that end of the fog bank is kind of right between Stockton and Modesto. I want to look at the GOES satellite, and I'll bet you it's pretty darn close. I'll pop that up here. And it's dissipating currently. Right now, it's mixing out. Here it is. You can see it's all mixing up, but there's Stockton and Modesto right there. You can see those clouds just ending kind of right in between them. So we're right about here right now. That's kind of cool. I wonder, yeah, and it almost looks like the verticality of the clouds is disappearing too right now before our very eyes. Just got a little bit of the haze left. I'm telling you, the weather's not as bad as people think it is in the sim. Maybe in some places it is. I actually think it's regional. I think there are some parts where whatever the model is blending is not working as well as some parts of the world. But where we fly, it tends to be really good. Hey, Sinatra fan. Well, thanks for the raid. How are you? Coming in hot. Don't waste your time. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the stream. The, what were you doing today? We are just about to pass over Modesto, California, on our way over to San Martin, California, South Santa Clara County. You can see Mount Diablo off to our 1 to 2 o'clock over there, and Mount Hamilton at our 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Mount Hamilton is the tallest peak in the Coast Range from the Bay Area, in the Bay Area. Let's just say that. Snow Peak is taller, and it's more to the north. But Hamilton's actually taller than Diablo. It's just not as prominent. Nice. TBM from San Diego to Vegas, and then DA42 around New Zealand. Nice. Do we do, Still aiming for the base of those hills out in front of us. Sipping fuel. There's Modesto, best known for American Graffiti. George Lucas's stomping grounds. How's the flight going? It's going great. I don't know how many, we got to count how many landings we've done so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've landed at 8 airports so far. I'm going to go hit a bunch on the west side of the Central Valley. There's downtown Modesto. And looking up California Highway 99, which is basically an interstate, especially at this point. That was going to be US 99, but they never did US 99. So you have US 97, which is out in Northern California, and then you have US 101, which is on the coast, and there are no federal highways in between. And that was going to be a federal highway at one point, and they never did it, and I don't remember why. There's a story behind it. We're above Modesto's Class Delta, so we don't need to talk to them. You can see that there, and top of the Delta is 2,600 feet, and we're up at 65, so there's no reason to talk to them. This is the Dakota. This is the Coronado Dakota, which is really nice, actually. I'm either getting a little turbulence or my yoke is just that noisy right now. I think it's the latter. Yeah, it's the one we got for free. It's probably one of the best free planes in the sim, other than the Albatross, which, like I said, we really need to fly that more. So you'll notice there, it looks like a big runway out in front of us. That is a former naval aux station called Crow's Landing. They had 6,000-foot runways out there, 2 of them. And then it got transferred to NASA. I think it was as a sub-base of Moffett Federal Airfield at one point, but now it's completely closed. I'm just going to rock my wings real quick here, just get rid of that noise. That's better. It's this is the part about force feedback that does suck is the lack of force feedback is when you are flying real life at cruise speeds, the yoke is pretty stiff because of all that airflow that's basically centering your ailerons, more or less. And in the sim, without force feedback, it's too easy to like. You don't need a lot of deflection in real life of those airfoils. Like it's the amount of deflection and the roll moment it imparts is right. It's correct in the sim, but the stiffness of the yoke doesn't change when you don't have force feedback, uh, because it's not, it's just spring loaded, spring centering. So that is one part that is difficult because you're constantly, if you make it just a tiny correction, you're like really moving back and forth, which is why when the yoke gets noisy, it gets to be problematic. Whereas in real life, you can kind of let it go hands free, and it really you don't have to make many corrections. Every you know minute or so, just to make a slight correction because it will eventually roll off unless you got aileron trim. This is a good song. It's the only one you'll know. You might lose it if you feel better. Do, 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 do. When you get home. Do, 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 do. Maybe just a little bit of a right correction. Oh, okay, with this on my screen, I literally often will reach up and try to swipe. I do that way too much. Anyway, we're going to San Martin here. And let's grab the AWAS now just so we can plan our pattern entry. 11835, 11835, and monitor and transfer. Still doesn't bring up the monitor on that one. $30.02. Perfect. There we go. Don't know why it's staying. All right, so we'll land runway 32. Unfortunately, it's a right pattern, so we'll have to do our. Well, no, we can just do a direct 45 entry on that one. Right about there. We should be right over Crow's Landing. Yep, there it is. Yeah, 18 is really nice. Ah, that's what happens when I fly externally. I lose my altitude. You might use it if you feel better. You get home. Boom, 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 boom. Ricky, don't lose that. Ricky, don't lose that. Ricky, don't lose that number. Good song. -8 where you are. Whoa. Whoa. -8. Are you in like. Trying to think where it's -8. Where's a -8? Good advice. Germany. Oh, I did not know it was that that cold over there right now. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We've got over 2,000-foot mountains just to the east of the airport, in between us and the airport. So we'll delay our descent a little bit, probably slam dunk it a little bit. As I do cold as I. You're as cold as I. I know. All right. Let's see. We're 20 miles out or so. Again, I feel like it's early to descend. We got a lot of bugs on the windshield. There's San Luis Reservoir over there. That ridge in front of us, airport's right behind it. Man, Hamilton's right off to our right over there. Lick Observatory is up on the top of that if you've never seen that. James Lick Observatory. Pretty cool. All right, I think we can go ahead and switch tanks. Fuel pump on. Watch that fuel pressure. Everything looks good. And bring the fuel pump back off. Because of the right pattern, I'm going to aim for that gap there to the right. And that'll put us on a nice 45. But it's also going to keep us over high terrain. All right. Getting seat adjusted. Think twice. Yeah, about a 3,000 foot, 3,200 foot mountain. Anybody on VATSIM right now? Nope, not in this area. Gorgeous area. Think twice. Another day for you and me in paradise. Oh. All right. Again, aiming for this gap right here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start going down. Bring the mixture up just a little bit. And I'm going to I'm going to run the carb heat. This airport is usually extremely busy with traffic in the pattern. Lots of flight training. Down to Hollister to our south, out over there, San Martin, and up to Reed Hillview, which is underneath the San Jose Charlie. That's a towered airport. It is really busy. Right, San Martin traffic, Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 10 miles to the northeast inbound San Martin. Gorgeous. San Jose is over there. You can see the bay. Airport's in sight, right down over here. I expect the scenery to, because it'll be photogrammetry here, it's going to start lagging things up a little bit. I have a feeling. Making things pop. There's the Pacific Ocean, by the way. Monterey Peninsula over there to the left. And you got Watsonville. And then Santa Cruz is right behind the mountains here. Paradise. Another day. Let me. It's another day. Paradise. Doom, doom, doom. And the town of Morgan Hill right in front of us. Time to start slowing down, bring that mixture up. Carb heat's already on, landing light. Put the prop full forward, help us brake a little bit. Yeah, little foreigner. Like I said, slam dunk. San Martin traffic, Dakota 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 5 miles to the northeast, and we'll be on 45 for right downwind 3-2, touch and go, San Martin. California dreaming on such a winter's day. You got it. You got it. Now, this is where carb ice would really start coming into play, which is why I've got the carb heat already on. But like I said, we're going to slam dunk, getting over the hills. It could have been maybe a little lower, but it's fine. And if I really wanted to go down without slowing or without speeding up, I can do a little bit of a forward slip here. Look at our descent rate, but look at our speed actually slowing down. Yeah, I didn't need to be that high, but that's okay. All that traffic coming from San Jose. This would be so dangerous to do this. Watching traffic on the upwind. It's a crosswind. Nobody there. San Martin, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is entering left down, or correction, right downwind, 3-2. Touch and go, San Martin. All right, coming out of that slip. And pattern altitude. Fuel pump on. A little tight, but we'll make it work. Let ourselves get out just a little bit here. All right, I'll beam our touchdown point. I'm going to need that out of the way. This is going to be a tight pattern. San Martin, 4 Charlie Foxtrot, right base, 3-2, San Martin. Watching for traffic on the straight in. Good. And we'll just keep that roll. And San Martin, 4 Charlie Foxtrot's turning final, 3-2, and those will be touch and go, San Martin. That Pappy is not in the right place. This is not an airport that I touched. So I'm going to have to fly below it. Otherwise, I'm going to land halfway down the runway. All right. Gump check. Good. Good. Flaps up. Carb heat off. Trim. There we go. There's our shadow. It's Groundhog Day. High and by, that's right. And San Martin, 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the go. Upwind 3-2 and departing the pattern to the north. Straight out at San Martin. You can see the San Jose Class Charlie out in front of us. Nobody's on Oakland Center or NorCal right now, so I don't have to talk to them. But to get into a Class Charlie, you need a Mode C transponder and two-way communications established. Also ADSB. Out. We have all those things, but not the two-way communications, but we'll just pretend that we do. We'll just go straight into Reed Hillview. That's a towered airport. That's probably, if they're landing on the 3-1s, to the north, which I imagine they are. Um, that's probably the direction they would give us, is just straight in. Don't mess with all the teardrops and stuff like that on its Howard Airport, unless they want you to, which I would find extremely unusual. And following the 101. Leave the landing light on because of traffic. There's Mount Amunham. Used to be a big radar station up there, a giant 130-foot wide radar antenna on a big 7-story concrete block on the top of that mountain. The block is still there. It's actually preserved. The radar is long gone. Let's see here. CTAF is 119.8 or 126.1, depending on what runway. Let's go to the right runway. I think that's 126.1. It depends. It depends if they're splitting. Sometimes towers will split. Sometimes they'll be combined because there's, depending on the traffic. But let's no, let's go 119.8 because VATSIM. Somebody will be like, nope, that's against the COC. You shall not do that. How did I change the GPS unit? I don't know. It just was like this. And we were asking ourselves that earlier, like, how do we, I wonder if it's in the aircraft selection. I wonder if it's in the variants in the aircraft selection menu. It very well could be. This song is so funky. Pretty sure it's Steve Gadd playing drums. It's so good. Never gonna do it without my fez on. Reed Hillview traffic. Dakota 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 9 miles to the southeast inbound. We're going to set up for a long straight in 3-1 right at Reed Hillview. Do it without the fez on. Oh, oh no. But I am. Please understand. There is San Jose and Silicon Valley. So San Jose downtown is right there. And you're looking out at Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Redwood City, all those, that direction on the southwest corner of the bay. Never gonna do it without a fez on. And because we're doing a straight in, and vertical guidance when you're not doing a pattern is a little iffy sometimes, I'm actually going to set up the Garmin visual approach. Oh, sorry, I didn't have to do all of that. I just hit the visual, and we're going to do 3-1 right, and glide path 4 degrees, and activate. We are right on glide path. See the airport right in front of us? Need to switch to the right runway, though. We're on the left. Really cool feature of G1000s and GTN 750s. You've got to slow way down now. So fuel pump on, carb heat. Reed Hillview traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrots on a 5-mile straight in, 3-1 right, and we'll be touch and go, departing the pattern to the north, Reed Hillview. It's Balder. I could do a simulated engine failure. Sure. But if I get too low, I'm just gonna recover. My glide ring is not quite getting me to 3-1 right. Pitching for best glide. I don't remember what best glide is in this model. Yeah, we wouldn't make it. So we'd be putting down roads are iffy around here. I'd probably be shooting for the top of that hill behind us in real life. But I'm not going to do that. I don't want to reset the sim. We're having too good of a time right now. The other place I could land is that field, just in front. But I don't think we'd make the airport. I just feel like we're just too steep of a glide right now. Trying to minimize my sink rate. Clear the engine once. If you're simulating, you don't want to, when it's carb ice conditions like this, you don't want to leave it idle for that long. This is the, it's PA-28 Dakota. We might actually make the airport. We might make it. I don't like my sink rate though. I'm gonna end up right now. I'm gonna end up just short of the runway, right about there. If I continue like this. To your right. Reed Hillview traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrots on a 1.5-mile final, 3-1 right. Reed Hillview. Hope you up ahead. Yeah. What the hell's with the cars going through the field? We could try to steer it through those trees right there. You got to resist the urge to pull up early here. But yeah, told you, that's exactly where I'd end up. All right. So you can see, and we'll just call that a go around. Reed Hillview traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrots go around 3-1 right, and we'll just depart the pattern to the north. Reed Hillview. There's so many different PA-28s. Well, and again, this is a P-28B Bravo in the ICAO aircraft code language. I'm just going to avoid the Class Charlie here. I'll I'll try to sneak us into Hayward. But I will fall from the stars, stay into your and heart. All right, let me dump the approach. Actually, what we'll do is go to flight plan, menu, delete. Delete. I don't need that guidance messing me up. All right, Hayward is 120.2. 1202. High as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on. Like a blister in the sun. Let me go on. Sweet hands, know you're the one. Sheets, I see the sheets, I don't even know why. Let me go on. Got to stay to the east of 680 here to stay out of Class Charlie. There's Calaveras Reservoir back there. There's the South Bay Dumbarton Bridge in the background. As you can see, NVIDIA campus over here, Google. I mean, that is like corporate Silicon Valley Center right there. Apple's up in Cupertino, just up the street. There's all this salt evaporators over here. Big hands, you know you're the one. How do they say it? I didn't even know there was another way to say it. NVIDIA? No way. That's okay. I know somebody who it sounds bad to say it, but I swear to God this isn't a slur. I know somebody who literally not ironically calls Nike Nike. I honestly never not heard one person call it NVIDIA. Not one ever. Switch tanks. All right, there's Hayward Airport right in front of us. You can see Oakland Airport behind it. San Francisco International's way over there. There's San Bruno Hill. Or Mount San Bruno, I should say. Mike's nice looking swank. Oh, man. Love won't hurt my mind, soul, and body her. Tell her that I love her. All right. Got to get down under 1,500 feet to get under Oakland's Class Charlie. So what I'm doing right now, literally, I don't need to be talking to anybody. I'm literally in Class Echo airspace. So VFR, I wouldn't need to talk to anybody. Now, is that smart? No. Come on. Oh, why am I nav? Whoa. I'm dumb. 1202. I'm already on Hayward's tower. What? Man, I'm losing my mind. We're underneath the Bravo 2 right now. Starts up at 4,000 above us. All of this airspace right here over the south end of the bay, this is where all the airplanes converge to go into San Francisco, which, like I said, is up there. They basically follow that west coastline of the bay. Hayward traffic. What are we? Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 9 miles to the southeast inbound Hayward. That I love her, I want her, mind and soul and body need her. Tell her that I love her, I want her. Yeah, what are we? Totally, like completely valid. Completely valid. Got the airport in sight. There's Niles Canyon back over there behind us. All right, Hayward traffic for Charlie Foxtrot is 5 miles southeast, and we're going to do a straight in 28 right, and followed by a touch and go, and then departing on the right crosswind towards Livermore to the east. That's at Hayward. Okay, props good. Landing light on. So the big runway there, it's 28 left, the one with the VASI. Those bug splatters are just getting more and more, which this time of year, I guess. Hayward for Charlie Foxtrot's on a 2.5 mile final, 2-8 right, and again a touch and go with a right crosswind departure to the east. Hayward. I've got some traffic around me here. Oh, look at that. Traffic going into Oakland. Wow, that is so cool. I got to take a picture of that. I wonder if they see me. Probably saw me on the fish finder. Got him on the fish finder. A little left crosswind. Okay, flaps up. Carb heat off and go. And their Valentines. This day our daily discount outlet. Hayward traffic for Charlie Foxtrot's on the go, 2-8 right. And departing the pattern on the crosswind to the east. Hayward. Now we're gonna get the big business. Now we're gonna get the real thing. Everybody's all excited about it. Woo-hoo. Avoiding the Oakland Charlie like it's the plague. There we go. Yes. Still got to stay under 1500 for a little bit here, which is a little bit of a trick with the hills. In our consumer power base, no major industry, just miles and miles of parking space. Big mornings, paper sense on neighbors in a cocaine bust. Lots more to read about Lolita and suburban lust. All right, Livermore is pretty much 12 o'clock-ish. Just follow 580 out. Out here in no man's land. Here in no man's land. Here in no man's land. See what I'm saying with that Class Charlie? We just got out from under it. So now we can climb a little bit. At night this place goes underground. Coronado forgot the wipers, yeah. Now we're gonna get the sports franchise. Now we're gonna get the bigger attraction. And we're about 10 miles from Livermore, so we need their tower. It's 118.1. You can click right on it if you want. Hit the waypoint, hit the frequencies, tower, active, boom. And let's do left traffic for 25 left. Livermore traffic. Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 9 miles to the west, inbound Livermore. At the airport in sight, see the big runway and the little runway. We're going to go for the little runway. And they probably just tell us enter downwind. So we'll do a little pretending. I don't know if 225 is right. We could use grab the ATIS. Calm. 25. Livermore traffic, or Livermore Tower 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 6 miles to the west with Kilo, inbound for touch and go. Hey, Gramps Saven. Gramps Aviation. Who are you? Hey, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. How are you today? Gramps Aviation. There you go. Okay, awesome. Well, welcome. I feel like I've heard of you. All right, fuel pump on. Landing lights already on. We'll go carb heat now because it's, again, we're in kind of high carb icing conditions. Livermore traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is 4 miles, 3 miles to the west, and we're going to enter a left downwind, 25 left, touch and go, Livermore. Yes. Yeah, the Dakotas, it is. It's a fantastic airplane. We're pretty much on a good left downwind for 25 left right now, as a matter of fact. All right, props full forward, mixtures rich. Real world would probably be follow the Skyhawk on downwind. Cleared for the option. You have created a bingo card. Didn't think you were going to be doing that today, huh? All right, let's bracket out just a little bit. Feel like we're a little tight. Up on the bus, Gus. Don't leave the sky smash. Get yourself free. Flip out the back, Jack. Don't make a new plane stand. You don't need to be called a rod. Yeah, we're a little tight here. All right, a beam. Pull the power. Feel like we are about good now. A little slow hand, little Pointer Sisters. It's downtown Livermore. Looking back to see about 45 to touchdown. Livermore 4 Charlie Foxtrot is left base 2-5 left Livermore. All right, check final. This is the Towered Airport. They would totally be open right now. But we have to pretend they're not because VAT's in. Slow hand. Livermore 4 Charlie Foxtrot is a half-mile final, 2-5 left. And it'll be touch and go with a left downwind departure. Correction, we'll just go touch and go and call the traffic. 4 Charlie Foxtrot. I don't know what we're going to do. Actually, we're going to go straight out. So I want to go up to Buchanan. What? Uh-oh. I see a scenery bump. Hopefully that doesn't manifest as we're rolling over it. Oh, yeah. I don't know what to think about this. Let's see if it crashes us. Nope. I guess not. Oh, hey, who's on the right side there? A little more traffic. 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the go, 2-5 left. And we're going to be a straight out departure to the west, Livermore. Is that you, Jay? Slow hand. I don't like you being under me there. That is you. Okay. Are you in the same kind of plane? There used to be an Air Force base over to the right here called Parks. They, I don't think they had much in the way of runway facilities, especially after, like, I think the 60s. They just had some small runways, and they got tore up a long time ago. Livermore area traffic for Charlie Foxtrot is pretty much over downtown Dublin, and we're turning northbound towards Buchanan. And that's Livermore. Yeah, that's all Camp Parks down there, the former Parks Air Force Base. Now it's like National Guard and Contra Costa County, um, you know, arms range and prison and a bunch of other stuff. This is also the bomb range back in one of these canyons where the Mythbusters would go. This is Alameda County. Sorry. This is where they would go into the bomb range and blow stuff up. Where they shot that cannonball and it went out of the range and crashed through somebody's roof. That was in one of these housing developments over here. Why can't you Cement truck was actually back where we were near Jackson, where we flew way earlier. That was in a quarry near Ione, kind of between Jackson and Calaveras County, but to the west. All right, don't need to be at NO here. Let's I guess we're calling Buchanan now. 119.7. Isn't love we're after? Making our way back to Auburn. You did lap around TFFJ and the Dakota, not bad at all. Pretty decent airplane. Yeah. And that's San Francisco over there. And the Golden Gate there. Marin County, Mount Tamalpais there. Of course, Mount Diablo right here to our right. Should probably get a nice camera shot of that. It is nice. I agree 100%. We're starting to get some terrain jankiness here, I think. Having some trouble loading. You see Mount Diablo, though, in all of its splendor. Then across the valley to the Sierras, off to the right there. Feel all right. I say, yeah. 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 So you make me feel like a pony. All right, Buchanan traffic for Charlie Foxtrot is 10 miles to the southeast, inbound Buchanan. Should probably get a wind check. All right, wind is calm. It's been all day. Got us on the ones. There's 4 runways here. See the giant control tower here. So ridiculous. All right, they'd probably have us enter a right base, 1 right, if they're landing the ones. So that's what we'll do. Being a towered airport and all. Yeah, have to sit up for a second here. I've been sitting way too long. In Concord, 4 Charlie Foxtrot, 5 miles. We're going to enter a right base, 1 right, and it'll be a touch and go with a straight out departure to the north Concord. So you can see 3-1 right there. Hey, thanks much. You'd rather be here. I know, right? Well, I got my weekend cleared because my wife and some of my kids are out of town. So I'm like, oh, you know what? Normally I don't do this. I streamed last night, but normally on Wednesday, Friday. But I was like, oh, I'll do today too, and maybe I'll do tomorrow as well. Make it, shake it, moan it, moan it. I don't think I've ever done 4 days in a row. Yeah, solo time for real. You got it. All right, fuel pump. Thanks for stopping in, though. Appreciate it. Carb heat. It's a confusing airport unless you know what you're looking for. Oh, actually, the tower's right. Since when? It used to be a ridiculous tower. Now it's good? I don't believe it. All right. Gump check, prop, mixture, fuel pump, carb heat, fuel, and undercarriage is welded. And Buchanan 4 Charlie Foxtrot is turning final, about a half-mile final, one right, touch and go, straight out departure, Buchanan. Yeah, the scenery's kind of had it with all the photogrammetry. Once we get out of photogrammetry, it might get a little bit better here. That runway number is so small. Real life, that's like 3 times the size. Yeah, see how everything's loading really late right now? The computer's saying, enough! And Buchanan 4 Charlie Foxtrot, it's on the go. One right, upwind, and straight out departure. Buchanan. Big twooper. It's twoo. It's twoo. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Here's the oil refinery. Oh, I hit the wrong switch. Yeah, I screwed up and hit the avionics master instead of the fuel pump. That's all right. That's like one of the first screw-ups I've had in a minute. Yeah. We'll go over to Nut Tree. Is there crash physics? No. It just detects a crash, and it's sketchy at that. So, no. There's the Benicia Bridge there, and the Carquinez Bridge there. That's Mare Island out there with the old naval base. And then right below us here used to be the mothball fleet in Benicia here. Benicia Bay, major naval mothball. To the right and behind us was Port Chicago. And you can see that. You can see all the ammunition bunkers. This is where they had a gigantic explosion. A ship exploded. I can't remember what year. There's more ammo bunkers back there, too. Mythbusters used to do some stuff back in those ammo bunkers as well. Subliminal Black, hey, how's it going? How's your, what was it, your foot? Good. Just wrapped up the Eastall Championships. Nice. Ooh, baby, here I am. Sign, see, delivered, I'm yours. Little edema. We are in Northern California. We're crossing the this is the San Joaquin Sacramento River Delta. That's the Carquinez Strait right there, looking towards Mount Tamalpais. Travis Air Force Base is off to our right over here. Hey, thanks for that follow, Big Twooper. Stream's going really well. It's been a long stream, and we've been doing a big circle. I'm starting to get stutters now, and it's bogging down something, and I think it has to do with all the photogrammetry. It was doing fine until we got into photogrammetry areas, and then it's kind of like going eh. So you can kind of see the frame rate dropping. But we've also been flying nonstop, just touch and goes for the last 4 hours or so. Ooh, baby, here I am, sign, sealed, delivered, I'm your... This is the Piper Dakota. PA 28-235. 235 horses. All right, 122.85 is Nut Tree. Got to go to Nut Tree if you're in this area. Here I am, baby. Something sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Oh, I bet all the windmills over on the Montezuma Hills, too, are killing it. You can see Travis Air Force Base, big old long runways over here. We're in their alert area. It's kind of an advisory for VFR, but we need to get a hold of Nut Tree here. Oh, from one Stevie Wonder to another. There's Fairfield. This is a Piper. Yep. Too high, too high. All right. So we're looking for, there's Vacaville below us. Again, Travis Air Force Base, which is basically the military logistics base for the West Coast. Anything going overseas, a lot of it goes through Travis, the big terminal. And They used to base KC-10s, but C5, C-17s, and now KC-46 Pegasi. What do you call Pegasuses? What is that? 15 in the Baron 58 pipe Papa now. Yeah, I think I've got about 5 in it. All right. There's Interstate 80. We're just going to kind of follow that, stay out of Travis's Class Delta. And Nut Tree's right on the other side. Nut Tree traffic. Yeah, we are in Nut Tree. Yeah. Nut Tree traffic, Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot, 10 miles southwest, inbound Nut Tree. Right, we start getting down now. Let's see, where are we? I haven't looked at this map in a minute. There we are. So I'm just trying to kind of stay clear of that Class Delta right there. This is the alert area because it's just C5s and C17s and KC46s doing traffic patterns over and over. And they do really wide traffic patterns. So they're kind of out here in this area. And Travis Air Force Base is weird because they've got to carve out. They have their own approach control. Normally, this whole area is under NorCal, and that goes from like up near Chico all the way to Stockton, and then over to the entire Bay Area, Monterey. But this is Travis has got their own approach control because it's just a different thing, right in the middle of all of it. That lagoon is not really there. Now, yeah, you can see the scenery is just it's just struggling right now. But there is an old, right here, this is called Cement Hill, and there is an old, it looks like a castle, but there used to be a town called Cement right here, and there's a quarry, and that's where the processing was. So it looks like a big castle up on the hill, but it's just ruins of an old conveyor system and a cement processing plant from the early 1900s, actually late 1800s. And then there's a Nike missile fire control radar used to be up on the hill here, and then behind it was the old missile battery, and there was a couple batteries around Travis Air Force Base back during the Cold War. Once again, I think I'm just going to go in straight in because doing a pattern and all that stuff right now would just be chaos. Trying to go opposite direction and everything. You could. This is how. All right, I'll do it. I'll show you how to do it. You're getting stutters out there too. Well, maybe it's just the servers. That could be. We've seen that before. All right, Nut Tree traffic pattern altitude is going to be about 1100. Nut Tree traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrot. We're going to maneuver to the west of the airport and enter a 45 left downwind, runway 2, and it'll be touch and go at Nut Tree. And we'll put on the carb heat now since we're low throttle. Lots of visible moisture. We're right in that carb heat, really prone zone. I feel like I heard the RPMs increase when I did that, which may mean it was modeling some carb ice. If I could fly, I'll pick you up and wheel you into the night. Show you how. Just this is when you're like doing it by the rules and a direct straight in is not appropriate. You're not supposed to do straight ins. real life, I probably would have, but if there is traffic in the pattern, this is what I would do. You see the airport over there. I'm just going to do kind of a big teardrop over here and join the downwind. Yeah, it looks like a patchwork. It feels like I'm playing Gunship 2000 right now. Like all the what do you call that? The terrain, the triangles. What can I think? The vertices. They look horrible. It was great until about a half an hour ago, and it's really starting to bog down. Nut Tree 4 Charlie Foxtrot is just west of the airport, and we're turning to join 45 left downwind 2 and touch and go at Nut Tree. A lot of level change. Well, but it's like sacrificing right now. Like it shouldn't. Those should all be loaded, you know. Yeah, this is not a 45 at all. All right, watching traffic come off the upwind, crosswind, downwind. I don't see any. All right, fuel pump. Carb heat's already on. Props full forward. Mixture's rich. Hey, Hobangrick, how are you doing? I didn't realize that was you. How are you? I don't know what it's doing. Like it was loading great earlier, but now everything's like really stuttery and just kind of warping out. I'm good. I'm good. I hope I'm saying your name right. And Nuttree, 4 Charlie Foxtrot's a beam on the downwind, and will be a short approach. Runway 2, touch and go, Nuttree. All right, let's do a simulated engine out. And since this is a Piper, when the engine goes out, you start turning towards the runway. It's not like a Cessna where you just continue on the downwind for a couple seconds. Oh, yeah, my alarm. I got to check on something in a minute here. All right, finals clear. Glided a little bit better than I thought it would, but that's okay. Second stripe. Okay. Carb heat off. Oh. Save it. Save it. Flaps and go. Little poor directional control there. Little centerline issue. Nuttree 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the go, runway 2, and we're going to depart straight out to the northeast. Nuttree. Okay, we've got this is but this isn't the Arrow. This is the Dakota. It was twitchy because I put it on the ground and went to go reach for the flap handle and probably mess with the rudder. That was just me. Now I don't know if let's go back to climb power. I don't know if the visibility is going to be good enough to land at Rio Linda. But Rio Linda's runway is really, really narrow, and it's a trip to land at. in real life and in the sim. So let's go see. Looks like we've got some visibility though issues, and I have a feeling that that radiation fog is settling in and being persistent in the Sacramento area. So we may be out of luck. We might just have to head back to Auburn. Auburn's above the inversion layer on the other side of the valley. So, all right, fuel pump off, landing light off, and nut tree traffic. 4 Charlie Foxtrot leaving the pattern northeast. Nut tree. The yeah, I don't know if we're going to get a chance here. We'll go up to 3,500 and see what it looks like. Stay at 3,500. Yeah, you got to fly them all. I like this one because it's free and it's actually pretty good. There's a couple little idiosyncrasies about it that I'll probably write up on their website. But overall, I like it. Get on the good foot. Well, James Brown. Yeah, free and with 750 support. You got it. Try to stay out of SAC International's Class Charlie here. Head towards SAC Executive. Got to read what he wrote. If you have engine failure and James Brown tells you to get down, you get down. And if he says take it to the bridge, you got to be careful. Not pull a Martha Lunkin. How does the Dakota compare to the Warrior and the Arrow feature-wise? In real life, it's way more powerful than the Arrow and the Warrior. It's got a constant speed pop. It's basically a high-powered Arrow with fixed gear. That's about an apt comparison. It's more engine than the normally aspirated arrows. It's less engine than the turbo arrows, but more than the naturally aspirated. It's got a constant speed prop, as you can see there. Um, but feature wise, it's just like a big fat Archer. It's nice. It's got so many bugs on the windshield. This is all from today. We've just been accruing those. I feel like the end of the Blues Brothers. What was that? I think we threw a rod. Is that bad? Yep. Of course, he didn't say what was that. Funny story, okay? Blues Brothers was very much responsible for my entry into the world of being a musician. Watched that movie a ton when I was a little kid. And but I watched mostly the edited for TV versions. So as I got older, I saw the real R-rated versions, and it's all language, some violence, and I got to know where that was. So so I showed it to my kids, right? And I know where to mute it so they don't hear the swear words when they were little, when they were really little. And so I'm at work one day. My wife's got the day off or something, and she calls me and she says, she goes, I didn't know that Blues Brothers had so much foul language. And I'm like, oh no. I said, you're watching it with the kids? And I'm like, she's like, I don't remember it having that. I said, because I mute it every time. And it was just a funny story. So yeah, the kids, it's probably why they swear like Marines today. Should be on 122.8 just in general. Sacramento area traffic. Dakota 4 Charlie Foxtrot. We're about 5 miles west of Executive, and we're just going to skirt around and go do a touch and go at Rio Linda. And that's Sac area traffic. I don't know how else to call it. 122.8. It's not specific to anything, but if there's anybody coming into International, or that's where the CTAF thing breaks down. It's great that we have CTAF, but it's also like, well, what do you do when you're in the greater area? I guess I can go 122.8 over here and then monitor that. There's the Deepwater Ship Channel. Makes Sacramento an inland port for seagoing ships. Right there. You're looking right down runway 34 right. It's Sac International right there. They did do a good job with the bugs. Not quite the right time of year or altitude to be getting these bugs in California, but in general, yes. Which was the new thing, Jay? Yeah, well, it's not 100% clear. It's just what I do. Same. There's downtown. Rio Linda is a tough one to get into with normal pattern entry procedures because you've got the surface area of the Class Charlie really close, and it sits right under the surface area of the Class Echo for McClellan, which can be towered. So you gotta be really careful going in here. I'm gonna elect to do a straight in for that reason, because I don't want to have to do a 45 and set up and everything like that with Sacramento's Charlie over there. So we're gonna stay above 2,500 and below 1,600. Turn that down, little Venge sevenfold. This would be a tough one. This would be a tough one because technically we're going to encroach on SAC Executives Class Delta. So what we would do is go 119.5. SAC Executive Traffic, Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is just northwest of the field, and we're going to descend through the Delta, heading north towards Rio Linda, and just transitioning for SAC Exec. And now we got to get down under 16. Unless we talk, and it would clear it all up if we just talk to the Charlie. But nobody's there, and I'm just trying to kind of show you how to avoid it all. There's downtown. Yeah, you don't need to lean it below 3,000 unless you're cruising along and don't want to waste all your fuel. But if you're climbing, descending, yeah, you can wait until 3. There's the American River, Folsom Lake out in the distance. That's CSUS, Cal State University, Sacramento, right there on the riverbank. Mather Field is over here. That's the old SAC base that we were talking about earlier. And I'm just going to get under 1,600 and duck straight in to Rio Linda. Rio Linda traffic. Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is about 5 miles south. We're going to do a straight in 3-5 to touch and go, and departing the pattern to the north, Rio Linda. Again, I would talk to, I'd be talking to SAC Tower still until they gave me a frequency change, or I departed the Delta, and then I would talk to Rio Linda, but nobody's on. And Rio Linda is slightly to the left here. And what I'm looking for, those lakes right there, that's Bell Aqua. It's a water ski complex. And the runway's right to the left of those. I see the runway. Do you see it? It's right there. Grease it? All right. Mr. Plopper. Username does not check out. All right. Carb heat, fuel pump, mixture, prop, fuel. Oh, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Good stuff. Sometimes you got to slam it in Wake up the passengers. Get squirrely on the runway. What the traffic? Jay, is that you? Thou shalt not cut off other traffic lower in the pattern. That's not you? Who is that? Oh, Sinatra. Real End of 4 Charlie Foxtrot is on a 1.5-mile final. 3-5 and touch and go. Real End. This runway is super narrow. Oh, we got a tailwind. The wind has shifted. We were on a north wind all day, and now we got a tailwind. Well, I'm going to just send. I got to end the stream pretty quick here, so we'll try to get back to Auburn. How's that for Grace? Why is everything floating? Weird. What do I fly in the real world? Stuff like this. Archers, 172s. Real Linda traffic, 4 Charlie Foxtrot's on the go. 3-5, departing the pattern to the north. Rio Linda. Home base is calling our name. Yeah, we're going to get up there. I'm going to head there right now. And then I'm going to end the stream pretty quickly after that because, like I said, there's something I got to do. It's going to head right to Auburn. Stay under 1600 for a minute here. Fuel pump, climb power. You fly PC-12 in the Caribbean, real life? So when you say plopper, I mean, you're talking like St. Bart's, right? Nice. I love the PC-12. Got a good buddy who flies them. Not in the Caribbean, though. There's McClellan. I did that airport in the world. I did Rio Linda, too. I don't know why everything was floating at Rio Linda. I think we've got some loading issues right now. SBH. What's SBH? Oh, St. Bart's. Okay, gotcha. Oh, that's fantastic. Very cool. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for popping in. I think I've flown into there once in my streams. I love coming over that hill and just scraping the top of vehicles up there. You're gonna take me home tonight. Oh, down beside that red firelight. Oh, you gonna let it all. You got fat bottom girls. You make the rock and world go round. All right, let's get a wind check up at Auburn. 119.375. Okay, kind of a south wind. So the wind has shifted. St. Bart's is 2120. All right, 2500 is about what we do going into Auburn from this direction. Won't you take me home tonight? Oh. What's nuts? Oh, the shortness of that airport, yeah, and the fact that you're basically destined to float unless you have good technique. You guys side slip it a lot or forward slip it a lot going in there? Not side, but forward. Nope. Just send. Just put the nose down, pull back. All right, coming back home here. A lot of drag at the stop. Yeah, sure, sure. Like I said, as soon as my stream is, or as soon as we land and taxi in, I might have to. Bottom girls. All right, see that bare ridge right in front of us there? That's Stony Ridge, and that's what we aim for going into Auburn. This puts us on a perfect 45. Auburn traffic, Dakota 604 Charlie Foxtrot is 10 miles southwest and will be a 45 for left downwind, 25 full stop Auburn. Canary in a coal mine. Canary in a coal mine. Canary in a coal mine. Now Auburn landing on 25 is downhill, and it gives you the downslope illusion. Plus, it's got a black hole and a hill on off the end of 25, so it's kind of a triple whammy. It's very, very, very common to end up high on final going into Auburn, and it's only 3,700 feet long, which is super long compared to St. Bart's, but it is still short enough. I love the PC-12. What do you think of the SWS PC-12? Auburn, Dakota 4 Charlie Foxtrot, 5 mile 45 left downwind, 25 full stop Auburn. A King Air. You know, see that too often? Winds have to be right just for the landing performance. Sure, sure. All right, start slowing up here. A lot. All right, fuel pump, carb heat. Fuel's on the fullest tank. There's Bell Road. Auburn, 4 Charlie Foxtrot is joining the left downwind 2-5. Full stop, Auburn. Prop full forward, mixture. Undercarriage is welded. Beak ump check complete. Got in right before sunset. This is perfect. Whoa. All right, a beam. There's the Forest Hill Bridge. I was talking about that earlier. One of the tallest bridges in the United States. And I don't want to get too far out here. Auburn 4 Charlie Foxtrot is left base 2-5 Auburn. That's a little much. I've got a picture almost exactly like this. Me flying in. Okay. Auburn 4 Charlie Foxtrot turning final 2-5 full stop Auburn. See, we're high. There we go. I see you on the runway there. Aerodynamic braking. Auburn 4 Charlie Foxtrot clear 2-5 Auburn. All right, fuel pump, light, avionics. And to park in the front row, we would just power down here and get out and push it back. Let's see here. Stop it just slightly past the spot. And we'll shut down here. Do a quick Mac ground check. And that's it. Key out. And parking brake off. That is it, y'all. That is that was a blast. I really appreciate y'all being here for that. Man, we just really cruised. That was one of the longer NorCal cruises I've done. But I really appreciate you being here. I'm gonna have to end this kind of abruptly because I got something I got to do. Oh, hold on. I might be able to just hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. I'm just gonna. I promise I'm not frozen. I'm just give me a moment here. I'm just. It's all good on my end. I promise. I just I'm watching something I've been instructed to watch. It's a personal life thing, and I can't talk about it more because I'm kind of private that way. But it's really cool. But I'm just actually was planning on being done by 6:30 for this very reason. This is a scheduled thing. And then I'll be able to salute you guys more properly in just a sec. Awesome. Perfect. Got it. Okay. All right, let's raid. I'll send you guys off the right way here. Thanks for great Martel. I'm glad you were here. You were here for like a whole thing almost. JJ, yeah, absolutely Sinatra. Thank you guys for flying along too. Thanks to everybody who joined and talked and I don't know if I'll fly tomorrow or not. We'll see. We'll see. Haven't decided. Kind of scratched that itch today with the longer stream than last night's stream, and haven't decided if I will continue and follow up with tomorrow. So, but let's. What kind I had $1,000,000. Oh, you know what? I'm going to send you to a person who has rated me many times, and I never get to rate him because I'm usually done, or he's usually done by the time, or whatever. Send you off to Rolling Mall here. Rolling Mall's good stuff. Flying the well, it looks like the Bonanza P, but maybe he's flying the Baron. I don't know. We'll send you off this way though, and again, I appreciate you guys so incredibly much. Thank you very much for just spending all this time with me here today. Made my my lonely day without my family fun, and had some fun flying. And let's see here. Also, there we go. You know what I can do real quick too? Hold on. I'm going to do this too one time. I just want to see. I want to see something. Give me 1 minute here. Oh, crazy. Check this out. Look at this. Here's Auburn Airport live camera. Oh, I see you there. So this is looking uh-oh. Hold on. I need to figure out my life a little bit here. Hold on. If I had a million. That's kind of looking towards where we are right now. I think they got the lighting right. Look at the lighting on the hangars over there. It was exactly what it was. Now we're looking kind of this way. Look at that. That is so accurate. That's where we are. We're over where that airplane's taxiing there. The sun going down. Look at that. Dude, I'm telling you, this is nuts. This is way too cool. I want to see it go over to the hangars one more time with the sun. Here, let me walk over to where this is. This is crazy accurate. So see where that warrior is right there? That's where we are right now. Right there. There's the tetrahedron. Actually, it's a wind T. That camera is on this building up to our right here. Yeah, look at that. Oh, the sun just got off those hangars. It was there. So we're like maybe a minute or two off. Because you can see it's going. Oops. I'd be rich. Looking that way. Oh. 10 miles northwest of Auburn Airport, Portugal. There you go. Doing the thing. Okay. So, again, I appreciate y'all being here. Just showing you that, hey, Sim does do really good work. It's got its stuff. Yeah, it's busy there. That's about to be your entertainment for the night. Watch it. Watch the lights go on and off too. Watch them key up on CTAF. Okay. Sending you off to Rolling Mall. You guys have a fantastic evening. Until next time, maybe tomorrow, but definitely Wednesday. Okay. If I'm not on tomorrow, I'll be on Wednesday, normal time. Until then, keep blue side up.